This week on Bloggers Forum.
A song is a song that's going to go places. And it doesn't augur well for a superstar of his level to be riding on a beat that I think Kweku Freak should be on. No dig to Kweku Freak.
It's too early for the young man. I'm looking at the young man's success. We've had young boys, I'm hitting, I'm out, and they say, I'm better since I got here, and then I'm working. You see, you don't put so much on their shoulders to be for them when you are unable to meet expectations. Fair to stand this industry for 10 good years and still be head of a near easy achievement.
You see, when people are comparing Black Sheriff to Sarkodie and Shatawale, we are not saying that he's better than them or he has achieved their level of success. No, we're talking about what we have now. As in, he has put out a song. Shatawale put out a song 2 days ago. You understand? Sarkodie have had a song out recently. What are the songs doing?
For another artist to help a young artist to come up again, it will look as if Mobeji and Shine.
If an artist and you think that because a younger artist will take your shine, so you will not support them, you are not a smart businessman.
It's not about the thinking, it's about the comparison.
Let me finish making my point.
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday.
There's one statement, it's very unpopular, that people say that sickle cell is a death sentence. Is this something that you would agree to or disagree to?
Well, it's absolutely not a death sentence, but a lot of these deaths associated with sickle cell are preventable, and so it's conversation and language that we should move away from. The sooner the better.
Do they vary in terms of its severity, or they are all the same?
So hemoglobin SS is the most severe and most common form, and then the others like SC, S-beta thalassemia are milder forms.
Is Ghana a very difficult place to live in as someone living with sickle cell?
For Ghana specifically, it's tropical, so it's very hot, and so that makes people who are living with sickle cell disease in Ghana prone to dehydration.
Would you advise anyone who has been diagnosed with an AS to marry someone who is also AS?
Ours is just to educate people, give them all the information, and then we leave them to make that informed decision.
You know, this word that has been used to describe people with sickle cell, sickler, it's terrible.
It's
and
derogatory.
So it is indeed.
I my son so pie menu nyim se na dadu no ba kan ye kwekwe kakra ye bedu na won se nansi na ase me de me ho esie kakra but match me ti de na ma ba agenda mas agenda komo etwego entertainment industry nyina na ma broni ma san so aba je se me ba be kirechem nia wan hye da anti ase ye nyina ne me de bebrel wa se we say Will Smith kwhwe ye Chris Rock asuma fe de me e wo krom de if my husband cannot defend me that way I don't know say mo no si wo ho ha de bia be fa no ni pare de asima ma wo je say ere nkosa ma but say de onim say na what we semi de bebre Black Stars wins. I just say you're trolling Nigeria for Twitter. Just say E3 music and change some performance black on ya. Semi de bebre Shatawale nzusu jinemu. Na edoso men say emre kwa ma yin twan ho. Na ye ba ma bro ni nsem ni na ma besan egu amam. mema wakwa baba enkomo ho sama broni me ba be som na je se ne etwagu nyina me de mu nchirem aba be som na me konti ameti wo se Naija no de carry last na me say boy Naija no de carry last if na wo say wo pesa wo carry last so one him say World Cup qualifies here na ye but say African countries yes say ho na betumi win na se wo de nani ache Qatar for World Cup 2022 na Ghana ni Nigeria koshia na say AFCON na ye boy na che say Nigeria for won say na one performance na nda femu but Korea AFCON kwa trophy no wentumi amfa nti wo pay say one Ghana for na be for World Cup qualification yem she say Nigeria for mati che say wo go to ago pama isu che say one sa one nine kabo na che say hyemu an ne one e kwa koshia wo na be ye coach fufu ya wa be yo to ado ne boys castle mu Ghana for munya Black Stars mu abrechi mu kaka ye be kwa win say na be me be qualify for Qatar ye say o won to me nye but on dey say Black Stars one ye supporting the wa abrechi mu so betumi akako qualify for Qatar no neja Nigeria for buy for omo away game na mu koshia mo baba yara ne be hwe oh wakeka enkrofu epu be hwe match yi bi mimpo me hu bi da Sickle sell over 1 million Ghana cedis na wonya yo na ma provider say ye nyina de ehunkogu ye say ye be hwe wo kowie ya 00 bi antumi anhye ne yonko neja Tuesday ye samso de hye so wa Abuja ene ye be hwe match de nemu ye den cause na wa de wo yonko ti be ka fam no na wo na be ko Qatar na ne Black Stars ye sha asia ye wo man se pate ahye ba ko Arsenal fo yin so broken heart pate ahye go ye be hwe fe de Nigeria fo so win penalty bi e chiri ho be bi afa de won so be hwe but away go month as me ani bo say football say na say mo ball one na na fe de mo say Black Stars qualify ade ne say o ko ball away match I just say umomu na utu kwa ko nipa country so say mo ball draw umomu na we win ni sent na ya Black Stars ya qualify for a World Cup Qatar 2022 na ye be wie match na Nigeria for say won ti kwa pai one qualify into ne stadium ye omo businessman Dangote spending over $1 million to renovate stadium. Was in one boy for any beshe was for supporters Nigeria free just say was see fee park so just say bibi odon say beke bia notice obubunu or to two tear gas ni na want to me and control card but I say there in some yetin was a Ghana for you okay na nkofo bisa say na yen journalist o mo call Ghana for e match no won to say na but bibi anka kosi cab official bi na wo so film but I know say ya ma ye adofo yako na ye match ye boy ni na be hweta ma ye boy celebrities don't do melonom na ba na mo asem wa mehye ye na de ye team Ghana no ne mo amoka se wo be hye mo se mani maguase inti just say ekoso social media na trolling yi and a hashtag Nigeria versus Ghana ye Korea say ye di nkunim nti ne wo se sisi Nigeria for one football national team na friend Super Eagles so friend Super Chicken ne betwe trolling oh ye de mama won na na won so waka fa de be start no waka Ghana must go ye be hye won wo bragging na stage oh sister na anja for no say you know the carry last but we dey won say Ghana for akyerem say mo carry last and kasent kata no de we nim say bia pese okubia na wa boa ska no cause say de afia ye be ko World Cup na e ko be say Ghana win trophy ni dia na Nigeria for mo nya yen size na say the football sem no kogu a just say Sam George na aba na mo ani dumelo ni ade sa shatawale krampo no nyina mo serew Nigeria fo ye de kogu nchen a radio presenter Abeku Santana no de nkra bia kwakoma Slay Queens the young girls so chema sa wo ye obia na oberima wa ware ebesel pa osrewa reject cause we yes na tese we save ye we sister bi o ti baby o di are who se ni kunu achiti so we say no to sa you berima na ware no so pe wona na tese we save sister ya ware na mean say asem obeka de minim say Slay Queens no amodi enti nkofo kunu no minim say mo fa ni easy na but say no kan o say we yes we be save mu nua marriage na ekoka nsem na nkofo ka say Abeku na den na ne de mean say dan to me nchire mu sa but wa on behind the scenes nsem na but Abeku na esi o say we your obia na say obi kunu ebese pa eni die mu ame pacho reject na say bisa assistant aware ayo ne mama yempi age na fan shattered ho baby na yeto aso de memni de etwam ya na ye 3 music awards 5th edition om de share so na yansa na award ba be koso na ye wo hwe say na ne be opening performance na ye blacko blacko sad boys in the house kweku frempon de assemble ba no open 3 music awards this year na just a performance and just a trendy just say overshadow sa technical hitches no munya no muntumi answer show no ntamina ni na overshadow no na blacko be perform ya na ase nsuka kra na mafu say No, that's a 3 minutes mark minim kakaba performance no much ma black deliver it's exceptional performance for born about Panako Twitter there or trendy and kasa. Na ya black sheriff you trend your trendy ya black we na what you number for be abeto abont nti won say ya kweku the traveler na akotie bi an ko YouTube we bi etie. Na eya awards here course na won said e ba awards obi ahye ene artist of the year hwan na be nyon and na mo beka mo se mo disappointed ni na na ekoso. Na red carpet no say celebrities ekopie mo ho na dressing die Omode share so a red carpet host on point. Omo hosting mention no so on point. All in all, na mo kan say things say dem say makoma ni mo mbom homode na adwuma bi aka bi asem ye bia. Mo nyema yen fine. Now what in ye kan dey don for overall artist of the year. I na dey girl them sugar I Kiddy Links Entertainment. Some member back I Kiddy and ye artist of the year. Na ye ka Afro pop song of the year family Ninum praise and a winning album of the year Kiddy na Golden Boy I no fast you know. So na medical can no winning artist of the year. Now African song of the year the man Wizkid Essence on the annual no Tim's a boy any Justin Bieber. No winning African song of the year. Best alternative song of the year Ekoma Amare South Girls Love Money featuring Molly. Now best collaboration of the year Ekoma Kofi Juma El Koso I featuring Yao Tog and YP. Best female vocal performance na Miss B Ninum Homecoming and no do winning. Best male vocal performance Kiddy Mon Bebe and they're fine. Breakthrough art of the year, Black Sheriff Blacko. I don't know fast awards. Now digital art of the year, it come a Kiddy. DJ of the year, DJ Faculty, and a winnie. Emerging woman of the year, Mona Forel. Say what? EP of the year, the man Amrado, patient EP. Nuna numra about PFM mobile. Oh no, winning EP of the year. Now fan army of the year, die hard that the number fans. Na ye fight against phobia and kadem. Now ye also the gospel art of the year, Celestine Donko and a winnie. Gospel song of the year, your Hima Mercy. He lives in me, ultimate moo. I don't know, winnie a gospel song of the year. Group of the year, R2B's Refuse to Be Broke. Hip Life Song of the Year, Kofi Kinata, Digress, and a Hip Life Art of the Year, and it's Kofi Kinata NFI. Hip Hop Song of the Year, Ekoma Black Sheriff, Second Sermon. High Life Song of the Year, Ekoma Sako, The Happy Day, no feature Kwame Eugene, and a Hip Life Hip Hop Artist of the Year, Blacko, and Black Sheriff, we need big and Kasa. Performer of the Year, Episode, and a producer of the year, MOG Beats NFI. Rapper of the year, Amrado, and best rapper no fight. And a reggae dancer art of the year, Stone Boy and a winnie. Reggae dancer song of the year, Kiddy, Touch It, I don't know winnie. And a song of the year, 4-in-1 award, Black Sheriff with second sermon, no the first awards. And a video of the year, Sako the Rollies and Cigar, and a viral song of the year, Orchestra One, not today for here, I don't know 5. And our next rated Chief One, that a artist from Volta region, most watching it out. And an Afrobeat Afro pop song of the year, Kiddy. In the season I was no coin, they say be I want to woo artist ni be woman to how. But I was any question, send me baby Benna Beach, yes, sister Fiatrim, I say, and me and a moon shadow and appreciate your mobile modern ad, but most me I was not to say, apart from a female category, I'm back as a best female vocal, a man one yashing, so sister Fiatrim, as I say, the mumbo modern, and I say, man, so I'm a baby, I'm a feature, moon feature, a few music boss, or no, sorry, reply sister Fia, but the music I was, and all in all, I'm going to say it was good. Mateo fella mama dami to me enda I doka so dakwa I do that friend abroad and num na good na abroad na chema akwa yes some new trend because on tiase also Canada unze nkofo to nyoma for motivation unze empai bo puti ade say ura ho kra unze betete na nsen oh profane and obeti obi mami eye and obi ade that so as a moon katanya masun says this is a profane or chema sanko na mutu nyum na say it's all about profane moon dream kwech mo ye short sighted and just my dream mucha dan do sebio anyam na make brother na ka just say mumbo modern na say nyum na mo be hihya mo be tena se mo hihye nyum e be say obi tie mpo a ne ra hu ko be ba ne ra cheche that na say dey as mo hye dan bom ho dey say abrona na say Ghana fo nyum to fo mo bom ho modern na mo jai sa profane nyum na ense na emfata mo And how did you come has only say yes, a Buyan legend and just say, one will be D can for now, why ye be was an work they've paid their dues. You need him on. No back on a jedibly ambuligan and to not say ending where we cry. Now, in a senior man didn't send me a bit to Jan, no chairman, no time will see, so then times and I say, jedibly ambulate, jeduness, old Jan and answer. Oh, now me you to me, Phoebe. I knew na me can one and Tom. Oh, say, oh, no, they tell to me, but now so him says Stacy, the no say who say who fame kakra, and don't want better kakra, but brain to chema one fine ya quadro two girls to me by day, crab said be and or a cow bomb or chema at a time baby sending in a fire fune being say was thrown a walk yina, but hey, is a or yeah interview our TV XYZ no didn't send you to Jansi. Did you blame chema? Time will see so then times. Oh, sister CD, no Fabian Cassa. My for my answer on common so they mean kind of you. My Becca May 2019 and I Ghanaian actor. I my childhood crush Chris Atto. The year I just offended Betty Jennifer. Be born to come no Maryland. Just say now we'll point for your dream. Just say I said the bay I will send Bujan. Just say some young focus. Oh Chris, no be our fefe no be. Na mafunyi na akoso Chris we dey shedding na eyi Chris who say assembly see on shed and kasa ya won say wa comment afa ho but afi 2022 dey say bebre aba e no trema e na yire ni wo no he was never a suspect. I say a police one born a suspect say well linking is a ebia no nim who be say debi o chema no de na ye na ofimu no Jennifer no odo no o say na yi o wa bade ye manipa ne ade but o chema ade na affecting all right but opeso de other sameso I am aboni na me de betu ja mama ti asese e ni wi obi okobo ni to wi to say investigations are why there was not even one time a police for a born say or a suspect. See you order a Miss Ghana, I know just on notion or the BB to do a inner party edin semi betu Chima. Yes, some claims via former beauty queens Rebecca so now a pimping one a fan. They made several things allegation about the whole Miss Ghana beauty pageants. No Chima, some now a queen city betu Jan and my brand neck coffin Paka say uka sexual assembly we because na Miss Ghana pa dear just say Dina Fedi Modi girls near Sano Chima a basano and my dini coffin but I say dear what bomodin as in be bia to say Miss Ghana basically na mu asanso ay Miss Ghana ni na we bebo modern to say jira na so now the engineer say in a part in some semi de abeto dwa so na mo de mo maye ntwa ye ho kakra na say yakoba nkomo nyina la abeto aso amam.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Misanso Mawakaba, na yato komo no so de yemfa we mbetwam. Eya nwumtuni ai kofinti ai okai na odi nsemi abetujo chema oh na na adodan kwakufa ado no aban wo obom abaso ankasa. O se kan no ene dum so kafre choya na ekoso wo mahama abansi. Na na adoba ele se ni na atu atwa. O chema no kwa o pretty some coastal business bi. Na se light yi gine sue na se edwuma koso na se ne fridge ndum ne namon say na ka den times I just want to meet dum lights be ne wo na just won so ye na just timetable dum so ye demu sa na so na say dey say power ne de e da so just be bia koso bakoboko nti o chema e na ado ne na ban wa abomode just one stabilizer electricity supplier wo Ghana hanyina eni nti na ye ne coastal business na ejedi nti so chichema wunya freezer bi e chilia enye ti say club na ehim we na moton na coastal asem na make bi enu bi de hu say business to me koso na nya just say den times but see a year for prices there was a 10 cities and above here just say pesos be there for 1 liter no and no asem ho kwakro chema for boy den do wo Ghana nti na na dan kwakufa do wonu mpay fu munye bibi fa fo no na say there odunwufo bi aba o say sika fata wo nti wonte ya na kofi nti nyum latest one no akokope bi eti they say me to where the mark me home tam say assembly a tregu and send family home men for man unko to because or chebe ko ke bia no akwaye third person. Mo be ka ye coded I of a 4x4 member coded no say no ho fefe I na me kan asemi. Okopia mo wa ya beku santana show you so no. Nyinwum fufu abeyi dada damasen. I won say lie no fefi eye fi ahwa say na pa wi na mu amo benyi na dada damasio enwom no na ekoba na wo say fi ahwa say ga che match say one siki permission one ho na fa na ekosi na abeku so ofre fi na weje nenu makaseti so say na nwom yitwabu is she okay we say coded e borrow ni term na e behwe yawe ai be no say na no ye yawo say boy and if you have to be man yaw no na asabri de mean 7 pound kokakos sister didi coded that tempo top e kwa wi ase na tese amafo chirema na wa be ko santana obi ba wo interview no na so obi wo show so na say what na wa ye nhwe hama efie didi coded that tempo and you to be ma abeku watchema he was unprofessional na na to na da kwa be kache ase santana crazy efia na asem ye kwa ba fe chana to say it was staged coded da be ka say just say up hype na mo say coded na me uti pay hype like obia for a man of your status so hype in sense dan kai we dia kan fata wo ti ya santana na fine wo say mo nyina mo ni megu asase ka say mo mutie one side nti afia de ebe ye interview be twema coded craft friend san ko ndi na tem unte ya mekache coded so onu entwefo ni sini to no ye yaw no enye coded ena den dada ma sense nka wo yusu na kon trend na de say trend na ye koso unse bi a big be hwe ni na ye stage one ko sinkuya astro paper je contract je muska na menewo ye na abedi hu nkomo nti afia chema okoti ska bi ma coded so nchia coded ntumi nchia nti ne mbo no wan wesi ni san but why yaw no say de why popular say fame no person je ni say trend no be trending coded ye hope say sa trend no wa trend yankasa I was a minute manami and say me say then it's a trend near follow and casa. Now when you check Twitter na ye bungo ideas I journalist Albert one him say ye can controversial you blogger I mean kind of say so no do it so amafo chema akoko yen say kokwa na say any say wiase nyansa nyina ase nitin na watch na wo see Twitter honom utumi making mistake bi no abe correct and now say o berema warrior attitude need disadvantage say obia de na no akoto na asem Sam George ko no na yi ano na no do na asem kofa ye senior man Shatawale da say bas masa say amafo na ya kokaka kan ho asem na won kai so do wase be family feature mebru fita ni epiem police station so no no kon on obedwe so ankasa yenim say asem na Shatta call out bongo ideas yenim say anka esi ho na so aso rua ni DM so ojimi obebro no didi ni maami atene your mother no the be man wo ho na journalist Albert so twa screenshot no be to no chima wo sa Sako de bi Shatawale na den also bebrum once asema yeki afede wo da ne obro but amafuchema bongo ideas one ye yaw too much asebia fa wo no da hakoti chiri we nati na fa yen ko system no so de bi wo de besan so ehia wo mitana na ba na mo na asebia no chensa amafuche se mo ama ye krado chense mo be ya told you so no de bongo ideas say de wo ko Twitter okusu akoso his personal de say on tie ne amoka kwa na obeja ne oye no Moya Ilevi beba you say Ilevi just a bit on one pass it now this one anka muka and then a minority mum from Nancy one make sure say one pass it Billy and I just remember I don't make a yasser asemo Ilevi gonna phone ya banga chia as a one chian say there was a 50 May much time betia but initially na that 1.75 say there was a one so when you serve if you is it a 1.5% and a betia for ASI electronic transaction mun in sem mun say details in the GhanaWeb nchemu nyina abrem na sem you call so na parliament will pass it say 29th of March in the sem be call so na ye na nado dan kwa kufa Ghana manpanyi birthday osanso commission interchange bi wo North Tamale honum na Black Stars into defeating Nigeria just we winning and I was also passing 11 say na na dan kwad ni day in a year perfect na bill your mo passing and celebrities be bread one or two Bridget Otuno na ba na Mwaniki Samonats comedian DKB comedian Warriors when you know what na abaya say de nya ho akire ye nkra ska ye to nkra du amexe kra no mewu kra ye nya bi nye na mo san so de ile bi pie nso no wochi mo so ho nana enya mo na mo say ye tiska so okomo de ye na fe de mo ba ye ska kakra mpo ye to so ba say mo san so twefin ase ma fo chema ase say de o man ni mo aye de ankasa ba ma fo ska na she baby ebinum he she won ezi opia won ye hia wa ebinum de hia won ba ile bi no say ma mo say mu ntua na enim na mo ba ya afa ho na say mo say mo nya Moya transactions, be minimum chema. Brefie beje be cost one cause girls. Mo amoya mo bisa, oh, can you send me money? Because the brefie beje cost some person tell the charges. They said the 11 from effective May 2022. One best at tell me. And I had also there a Nigerian Grammy Award winning artist, Burna Boy, Odogu. Or they say to the whole African continent. Or no just to say in the history of music, or no he's the highest paid African artist. And I say, hey, Odogu, as I man who so say walk I say una wo scan e find a cosina mafo. Oh yeah, live Instagram live. He was on Instagram live. You know, didn't say YouTube and mafo chema. Obeso chese was casting the video. No say Hwana Davido. Ska be no wo ono was casting the video and about obi so bisa question say yeah Wizkid on a Wizkid na na Wizkid no say Wizkid dey any boy all right but ye can ska pan there Wizkid ento na ba some ibo odo betu jana mafuchi ma o say Burna Boy nya hu say bia asa ahoma so 247 no off days bi na ba shemo wo chirema ye kan artist wo ska of course be kan wa kan but to me nka say wo na wo ye highest paid ase me dey minim say chatawality but minim so be respond there na but unim say chatawality he gets money past your father obi atumi nche fake ayo brasa me se wa san so asesa na do say di obedi obekazo obedi na ejiri muzen jana me mbo me wo kaya enje kwa na brasa me kwot na United Showbiz no ochirema on na yire nya kasakasa bi na se na oba ne react onje di mpo say sister ikodo ne ho beka ne bi je say ori ofa na anu mpo nka ori ndi biom sa na okan na se me muzo boya ware sem do kokebe akọ yet person so brasa me na dey fine ne fa kosi anfo chema na won divorce kra ba se say na yire ya kasa de na anu to ma chema sa divorce rumors mu ignore na Kofi Adoma and brasa me kopie mu wo ye ni show no so na kofi chema bra na sa wo ka se wundi bi no say ono obedi onu do kan say ebufu na e ba na oka kasa bi na so obeka no kware ade oda wo ze wundi bi wo ankasa obeka no kware na sister yan kasa so e de chop and so man kunu so nsem e be ko ba nyina onja o say onja bibia anka na say anka wo nko wanim na brasa me yiri chema ni house boy bi say nsem no de onim say bebre na wo say na and somebody, I don't even know how to go about it. But so Chema one time been house boy be crab a flashy ni bolobo ni bury me or the be chain and so and so they be brave. But say see no de. Now to Johnny say, yeah, worry for being much Chema. Say some ne or the bet to just social media. Ni na one boy go say worry the work was one kasa brasa me po dia to just say obeko swedi. Oscar Academy Awards e course na anu ya na actor Will Smith a bo a comedian Chris Rock asumani DJ wiase afene nyina na asumbo ne de jajai ebinu mo I was not even following the awards me that so na me so me hu say video bi twegu and I say me hu say well I watch any series be walking majestically co stage ko she Chris Rock asum say boom just say me tie Jensen kumi ankasa me say berma na wo hu na sumi na dem work say na ekoba ne sen kiremu na me mbo nkomo
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Your fucking mouth.
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay. That was a
na Oscar ye course na unze Chris Rock be presented some award bi na unze he's a comedian he jokes about almost everything na nsem bi okokan na anye well de na no hunti na me se mi ko be na me e wo krom wiase afede nya so oh Will Smith wo ye be memwa they wo defend wo yire na we because sisters he so me if I have a boyfriend who doesn't defend me like how Will Smith defend as well jada me na me say no money relationship ni munsem ba de nya ne Rebecca na Chris joke be passing no chema he commented on the year ne yere ne hair loss so she's suffering from alopecia I just said no it's a hair loss way it's a health condition but when he decided ni bedi egore na joke no ko passing so be a ho nyina asre but you will cross through but all trying to say anya jada but minim so who be go na suma and then a very more person defending it is about customer my and you out say we're breaking emotion you breaking me heart and then jada will so sorry na be memoir very more done you what is kawari you know walking pa Chris asum wine or we no koje best actor award first time that's where we knew us can be na man fu chirema we dey na say anka watch na so but Chris also you miss a Chris we also ekwakokano no ochema sa out of the heat of the moment because man won say won wo yida akọ baby say mo sport yan kasa mo ti front row no bia pass joke na anya ne de say joke na pass we apa na ja da nim ye bibia say what do you mean by that? Nana be more done you or yes and so chema we sorry chema dance Washington advice be the chain says at your highest moment and then abun some ba not so ba ma wa ye bibi na say who glory ni no be forget it na se me ko ba na ko chema e ya award o mu je finish we so he acted just the heat of the moment just ko be a comment na ya ba e Ghana hanum say ye relate here any comedians no na me hu say DKB no Jerry nom Lexi ena obian pons I watch them and say dear say you will say and just want to mean joke cry so cracky joke say could be some you go over the board it will be a go over the board will be a health condition and say dear joke na but munko so na mu entertain nye we su ntina muka se mun joke but say we be to na ma for comment na watch say dem behu mom beka some beka na say na Will Smith eko secret asum sa na e besi wasum na otwe dem komo de yakoso bebre menim se wo boy bi betumi defend wo sa na but kabavrante se woni ahoden ankoto wo nsa obi ana onipa na brim bia odo no to kokọ wi echi akwa na ankosi aka nsamafo na wotwe di amabroni nze na mede me ho esie kakra but ma bende na ma ba adwuma no de yakoso ankasa eya match de akogu ami bet match de akogu na April ayewre mu oh jai me sa ba betie kunwa cha se enya botare atena se na wade wase me bebia de ni na ba ba se na se ye de mu nkomo nyina e de aba bebrem na wotwide nse na yen kama man yen sem ne kwa we de ye sore so da se na ye hyemu a nkomo atwego entertainment industry nyina ama broni me da ba somo makramo.
Hello everyone, it's good to see you. It's been so long I went live. I mean, I miss you all. If you are joining the live stream for the first time, my name is Stella Chanelli, and yeah, so far, let me see who is here. Who is here to support? Who's here to support? Okay, so guys, hi, hello from Côte d'Ivoire, formerly called Ivory Coast, and today I'm going to be sharing my. Oh, it's good to have you all here. Today I'm going to be sharing my first impression about Côte d'Ivoire. I'm live in Côte d'Ivoire, and this is my 11th country and counting. So yeah, good to have you here. About 8 people are here. Yay! Good. I'm so happy to see you all here. Hi, M Bonnie. I'm here. I miss you already. I miss you too. Hello, Favor. Chanelli. Okay, so guys, let me know which country you are representing or you are watching this live stream from. I'm currently in Cote d'Ivoire. Please let me know if my audio and my video quality is fine. I just woke up, so I'm sure my eye looks a little sleepy. Hi, Godfrey. Good afternoon. Good to have you here. I miss you so much. I hope you are doing well. Hello, Naku, darling. Naku is also a YouTuber please head to her channel and show her some love. Please let me know which country you are watching this live stream from. I'm currently here in Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast. People say Ivory Coast, people say Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, but it used to be called Ivory Coast, now called Cote d'Ivoire. And I'm super excited. I'm super excited. So, guys, this conversation is going to be you and I. If you also want to join my live stream, let me know in the comments. Then I'll pin the link so that you could also join. So we share. If you've been here before, you might want to share your experiences here. Just as I've been here for Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Today is my third day here, and I'm loving it. Like, I have so much to say today to you all. So Ricky says, awesome channel. Thank you so much, Richie. Yeah, watching me from America. Yay, US representing. Okay, Favor says, Nigerian YouTuber, please let's pass the popcorn while watching. Yes. Okay, so he's also a Nigerian YouTuber. Show him some love. Hi, Eric. Eric from Dallas, Texas. Good to have you here. Naku from Ghana, Ghana, all the way. Guys, please let me know if the audio and the video quality is fine. Hello, darling. Aphrodisia Villas Spas. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, guys. So let me tell you this. I've sorry, I have all the French I learned in school. I've been trying to remember, like this trip. He has been so funny. I can't wait to keep to share the videos with you. I kept saying all the answer and what, like when you are paying like the Uber driver, you are paying the bus driver, you have to like nobody speaks English. When I say nobody, not like when you're in the city, it's easy to get someone who speaks English, but when you're like outskirts of the city, it's so difficult. So all you need to do is make sure you have internet. So if you are having difficulty, there are some people who can read French. So you quickly just do the translator, then they understand, they can speak. When we were going to pick a bus yesterday, that's what we did, and then he was able to understand what we were saying. It was so difficult, like everybody speaks French, but then I mean that should tell me that I need to step up my game in terms of learning French. And yeah, and CCG says, in Egypt, are the land borders open yet? I sincerely don't know, but in Ghana, the land borders are not open yet. So I came by flight. I came by flight. He said, no problem, you're welcome. Hi, Bola. Hi, darling. How are you? It said, 1, 2, 3, check, audio, video working. Okay. Yes, Dara says, are you in Africa? Yes, I am in Africa. I am Ghanaian. I am currently in Cote d'Ivoire, and it's my first time in Cote d'Ivoire. So this video, please, if you have any questions, kindly let me know. I'm going to be sharing my experiences, and yeah, yeah. And if there's anything else you want to know, please let me know. Please come. I want to see you in the comment section. Dialect says, Captain says, hi. Hi, good to have you here. What time are you watching this live stream from? I am currently here in Cote d'Ivoire, and it's the same time as Ghana, and it's 7:10 p.m. Let me know which country you're watching from, and what's the time currently in where you're watching me from. You say you want to visit what? Tahari. Oh, what is Tahari? Let me know. I don't know there. He said, I'm in Egypt. I should have been more clear. I'm in Egypt. I should have been more clear. Okay. That's fine. Hey, Laurie Lossie. Good to have you here, my baby. I miss you. I know you miss me too. Dala says, come to Canada. Oh, once I get the visa, why not? Canada bounced me when? Some 2 years ago, when I tried to come to Canada. They said, no, we won't give you the visa. But then I'll give it a try again. If I do, I will come. Okay. So it says, how do you deal with creative block as a content creator? Okay, so I'll come to that. Today, I'm going to be talking about my experiences here in Cote d'Ivoire. So I'll come back to that. Okay. It says, please visit Canada. I will. It says, Mommy says, hello, my daughter. Hello, Mommy. Good to have you here. Thank you so much, Mommy, for joining. Oh, yes, I am your daughter. I am your daughter. I have so many moms and daddies here. Good to have you here. It says, I heard the land borders will open soon in Ghana. Yes, yes, yes. It will soon open in Ghana. Yeah. Um, Delcy says it's 12 noon. Oh, okay. Where is it in 12 noon? And which state are you currently? What's your main profession? I was surprised that YouTube is not your main job because you are so good at it. Oh, okay. So I manage a commercial building in Ghana, and YouTube is my job now. And it's soon going to be my main job here. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, Vignola says, love Stella is Auntie Emifa. Oh, good to have you here, Auntie Emifa. I love you so much. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you so much. He said, how is your French? Okay. Percentage wise, my French is bad. It's terrible. My French is like 10%, like that bad. So when I came here, the only thing I know is the basic, like basic, and then I'm learning as time goes on. I got a SIM card when I came, so it's easy to communicate. When I have difficulty, I just put in the translation on English, then it translates to whoever is listening. Yeah. So guys, I'm super excited. I'm going to be sharing my experiences. So I got here Thursday and I got the ticket 2 weeks before my trip with my friend. So my friend's birthday is tomorrow, that's Sunday. And then she was like, oh, let's go somewhere different. I mean, let's travel. And I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm in. I'm always in. So I took some leave days and decided to visit Cote d'Ivoire. And I think it has been the best decision I've taken. It's I got the ticket for $410, which was around 2,800 and something. That's like it's not 3,000. It's close to 3,000 Ghana city, and we decided to come. So that's like a return ticket. So we decided to come here. We came here. The flight was just about 1 hour, so it was not a long flight. We used Emirates, and it was nice. It was nice. It was nice. Oh, before that, we had the COVID test. Then we came. So I don't know why we thought, because I thought it's a neighboring country. I'm like, oh, Cote d'Ivoire is going to be like Ghana, like Cote d'Ivoire is going to be like Ghana. So my expectations were comparing it to Ghana in my head. But then I came here, and then our friend picked us from the airport, and I was like, what? Wait, 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 wait. Is this Cote d'Ivoire? The roads are good, smooth. Yeah, my Airbnb host is looking at me right now, but comparing it to Ghana, yeah, the roads are like smooth. I mean, in the city, and yeah, and they have like their toll booths. Their toll booths, like they have like a lot of toll booths, unlike us. Forgive me for comparing it to Ghana, but I'm actually amazed what I saw here, and um it's good. I like their roads. Their roads are like, even yesterday we went to Yamsoku to see the largest mosque, the largest church in Africa, and it was really big. It was really, really big. The roads were like smooth, like 3 lanes. Like, I'm like, oh wow, like this is Cote d'Ivoire. I was like really, 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 really impressed. So that's the first bit. Now let me read some comments. It says, yeah, I miss you. The food we are eating in Ivory Coast is making me jealous. Okay, so guys, I'm posting all my daily activities on Instagram. So please, if you're not following me on Instagram, please do so. It's Stella Chanelli. The name is Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Follow me and then watch all my daily updates. And I've had a chicken since I came. I've had the bread and the vegetables and the what's that thing called? Meat and chicken inside the bread. Oh my goodness. I think the food will make me come back to Cote d'Ivoire, because The food so far has been. I give that I give that 100%. The food is good. Like I've had three different acheke from three different places, and all of them it's like spicy, it's nice, it's healthy. The fish is fresh, and I'm like, oh okay, you are awesome. May God bless you with 100K and more in the near future. Amen. That is my greatest hope for December 2022. So please, if you are joining this live stream, kindly give this video a thumbs up and show. I mean, if you are just joining this live stream or you haven't seen my channel before, kindly show me some love and subscribe. Join the family. Says, as you practice more, it will come very easy. Whenever I'm in a French-speaking country, the language came very fast that I learned in school. Yeah. So basically, there are some of the things that are like very close to English. Like some of their words are like very close to English. So in a way, when you mention it, they kind of have an idea what you're talking about. So I don't think French is very, very difficult. You can always find your way and you can understand the little things that they say, like the normal greetings, or I want to go here, I want to go here. And yeah. So Aziz says, have you tried the local dishes food yet? Yes. I just mentioned I've tried acheke, I've tried the bread. I don't know the name, the bread with the vegetables and the meats inside. Their bread is like their French bread is hard. It's harder than that of the ones we eat in Ghana, but it's delicious. Oh, we do, but it's usually in restaurants. Yeah, no, it's not a street food. The street foods are very soft bread. Yeah. So yeah, Daniel says, "Hi, you're live." Yay! Yes, I'm live. It says, "Are you still on the African continent?" Yes, ATM team. I am here in Cote d'Ivoire. It's a West African country, very close to Ghana, very close to all the other West African countries. So yes, it's just an hour away by flight. By road, would be about it depends on where you're coming from in Ghana, but by road, if you are somewhere very close to the border, it should take you less than 3-4 hours. That's if you are very close. But if not, then if you're coming from Accra, it could take you like 9-10 hours from Accra. So yeah. If you guys also have any things to share, please let me know in the comment section. If you also want to join me live here, kindly let me know. I will add the link here so you could also join me, so we share our experiences together. So I'm about to share. In fact, I started. I'm sharing my experiences here in Cote d'Ivoire so far, and so far so good. He said, I have a question. With how much money can you retire per month in Ghana, average per month? I sincerely, it depends on an individual and what your life. It depends on your lifestyle. If you live bougie, obviously you need more. If you're an average person, then yeah. So I was sharing my experience here in Cote d'Ivoire, and so far so good. So I earlier talked about the roads, which I think it's good. It's way better than I expected. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the people. Okay, let's talk about the people. So far, I've not had any problems with the people. Everyone seemed nice, and I've made new friends out of people recommending them to me. I've hung out with people since I came. I've just been here for 3 days, and I haven't explored yet. I'm yet to explore other regions. Yes, I have explored other one. I went to Yamsoko yesterday, but I'm yet to explore Asini, which they say it's like the beautiful place in Cote d'Ivoire, like where the nice beaches are. And you all know that I'm really like I like nice beaches.
The song Koku the Traveler is traveling. It is breaking boundaries and transcending territories. A few days after its release, it is topping charts in Ghana, Nigeria, and Gambia. Well, while Black Sherif and some people see this as a great accomplishment, others do not seem to regard it as such. We have a riveting conversation on this one, as well as other issues that made headlines as far as arts and entertainment is concerned in Ghana. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of a riveting conversation. My guests are seated. This is a young guy, in fact, young man, Manu Kokochia. A young man that I have not seen for, a couple of months now. That's because of some other things that I'm doing, so let me give him a break. No, Ankasakra, no, Dada. Romeo McDonald Nanaya, sorry, is a columnist. This man has been the voice coach of Miss Ghana. Miss Ghana, I launch you. Romeo Ukovi.
Mensawum.
This year?
Yes.
I never knew. Oh, nice. Mami introduced me. We have become Miss Ghana. So he's a columnist. He's a voice coach. He's an author. He's an actor. In fact, Nidin Romeo no nya stage because Okoye Romeo and Juliet at the University of Ghana. Mo amaka inside book no. Romeo, welcome.
Thank you, Abrantia.
You be fine.
Yami had.
Is here yache. Hey, is here. It was a Miss Ghana this year on Saum.
Exactly.
What role are you playing?
Yes, I will produce here better candidates for Miss World representation.
Okay.
In as much as auditions maybe by virtual engagements being so. Because I wouldn't say most of the students are more interested in that age bracket, tertiary level, usually, because of a fairness strike, I interrupt on my shadows until I didn't say my focus. But me focus on better materials for Miss World and Miss Africa.
Okay.
Now, Ghana better representation because music is doing well. Other facets of industry are trying to rise up. We also want the pageant aspect to also gain its grounds because it has always been the pivot of relevance for projecting women value and also giving women a better voice. It's undoubtedly the biggest platform in this country among most women, that kind of empowerment and bigger voice from other pageants, Malaika, Miss Ghana, tourism. Most of these top-notch media personalities are saying they are all products or byproducts of pageants. So it tells you, sir, it holds so much relevance. But and we don't understand the pageant business in this side of our world. In other parts of
the world,
a serious business. And until right from a tender age, young pageantry, they create that kind of confidence in the young ones. So once it's imbibed in them, once I could already 15, 16, she's ready to roll with world leaders, and that confidence is built up. But so it's a lot of work. She has everything. She's academically inclined, but how to shuttle between engaging the world, as in with that confidence within, that is what has been lacking. Pageant you polish, we make sure you come out of your shell and then show your confidence to the world.
Okay, that's Romeo. So we are there or Miss Ghana. So you are still doing the voice coaching, or you are part of the people scouting?
What I do is not necessarily voice coach, but there may be sounds presentations. You need to do like presentation within a minute or two.
Yeah.
And you would have to do as a full scalper if your project work is that much. You don't have much time to deliver. So you need the right pronunciation, the right spot, so that your pauses and stuff would be on point so that you don't waste the chance. And then you also anchor your delivery with your audience. So it makes it interesting. So sometimes I won't say, hey, Obi, go training. So that's how our communicators have been birth out of into training into
Okay.
the voice aspect, how to breath control, for how to make you sustain yourself when you are speaking in a moment of tension. When say a competition, you're on stage and you are tensed, and how do you navigate?
You show them how to
exactly. All these things, training.
Okay. Nene B is also a columnist, the author of the book Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. I got it right this time around.
Yes,
Nene,
you did.
Akwaba, you be fine.
Pacho Michelle.
Nice one, nice one. How have you been? How is the sales going?
Darling, at least every day I sell at least one copy of the book. So I'll say that the sales is going,
well.
Small.
Okay.
And so, yeah, hopefully it will get better with time, because he talked about Miss Ghana and grooming people for Miss World. And in my book, there's a chapter on pageants, and I talked about how the focus on Miss Ghana became grooming people for Miss World, and how it affected, the pageant industry in Ghana.
Okay.
So there's something I think is a bit negative about focusing too much on Miss World, but that is just my opinion.
I'm sure there will be a time that will focus on pageantry.
Yeah, I'm just using the opportunity to do advert for my book.
Exactly.
Everything you talk about on entertainment, now I have something about it in my book.
Then free your mind.
So how to free my mind about you?
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm curious why
I'm also curious about what you want to say.
You don't share your opinions on the Free Your Mind segment, because you made the post yesterday about the gaming commission.
The gaming commission, yes.
And
I was actually surprised.
Yes, I know.
So I'm watching TV and I see Kofi Ajololo and Vivian. I forgot.
Vivian
no.
Is it
No. Vivian, the older one.
Vivian
Acho. Yes.
Yeah.
In an advert for National Lottery Authority. They are in the commercial, right? Right after that, Calibos comes and he counts lotto numbers from 1 to 90. And then they announce the winning number. So I was asking myself, say, what happened to the Gaming Commission ban? Or the NLA one is not part of it? Or is it the exception to the rule? Or what really I was confused, because I knew celebrities had been banned from advertising.
And it's affecting them in moments of monetizing their works. It's really affecting them.
So how are these three people doing it? Is it that they have lifted the ban and we don't know? Or because this is NLA and it's national, their case is different? Or it is not about sports? Maybe that one they wanted to,
But gaming is sports, though.
That's what I'm saying. So I was confused.
Yeah,
so like it will come to a point where maybe Gihok will just be free to advertise any time of the day when others can't, because it's national. It doesn't really.
So that's why you want.
No, because you usually have strong opinions on stuff, and I sometimes wish you would share your opinion more on issues. That's what I want to free my mind on, one. And two. You see, last week we spent a lot of time talking about the Will Smith and Chris Rock situation, and it's not something that I think any human being should see it as a thing of pride. That somebody inability to respond to joke in a civil manner should result in violence. If somebody makes a joke about you, and you think the joke is a thing of defamation, or you feel aggrieved in any way, there are channels for addressing that. Violence is never the answer, unless I have an issue.
Can you actually be defamed through a joke?
I don't know. I'm just saying that if you feel defamed by a joke, and you feel like you want to respond to that defamation, there are channels for doing that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that jokes can defame somebody. I'm saying you can't tell anybody can go to court. Who made that statement? Any idiot can go to court. I'm not saying that you are an idiot. What I'm saying is that there's nothing that bars you from taking any issue at all to court. You understand? Whether you win in court, that's a different issue. So it hurts me that people who we think should know better because they're in better positions in life resolve to gutter arguments when it comes to addressing issues. And this thing is becoming unbecoming in this country, that you think that people who are in positions which, because of their position, confer some level of intelligence on them, we as an audience listen to them like they're intelligent people. And then they come and they sound worse than me who dropped out of school. You understand? I mean, I've gone back to school, but they sound worse than when I was a school dropout. And these people are setting an example for kids to look at. And the kids will grow up thinking that violence is the right way. You understand? I'm talking about this because, you know, Mrs. Laye made statements about Obi and Ponsa making a joke. Whether the joke is in good taste or bad taste, I don't have an issue with that. I mean, you can't tell anybody how to feel about anything you said about them. What you can tell people is, if people feel aggrieved, there are right channels to addressing that. Making statements like your Will Smith movement is coming, what you are doing is you are creating an avenue for people to attack him and find reason to justify it. You understand? Yeah. And I think that is a very bad example that woman is setting. And I'm very disappointed in her and her husband and everybody who...
No. The husband has not commented on it.
No, I'm very disappointed in her and anybody around her who felt like... Because... I'm coming.
No, wait.
Obi said he called her.
Hold it. I get it when you say you are disappointed in her and anyone around her that is defending her. But when you say you're also disappointed in the husband,
I'm disappointed
when the husband
in her,
has not spoken,
I'm disappointed in her and people around her who felt like who have not called her out for making that gutter statement.
But you don't really need to call someone out. You can just do it privately and say this thing that you did.
I can't feel my mind on this show again.
Okay, Romeo.
I think one issue on my mind has to do with Baba Sadiq. This guy is an asset to the industry. It's been a while we've had people with the temerity or the balls to want to invest or venture into such a risky avenue of ours. I always say we don't have an industry because there's no measure. A proper industry would throw a measure on how much the industry makes per annum. And then you'll be able to look at job creation, how many people it's employed, what's the benefit in totality. But this is an avenue where this young man invests so much in this industry. But one thing I would like to talk about has to do with his too much involvement. You can be the brain behind a lot of things, but you don't necessarily have to be the face of it to speak to every issue. And it is making people like Enoch Ejapon disrespect him, and people try to punch you, the CEO, because other music awards organizers, you don't even see them. They have PROs.
What if he's trying to be different? Because according to him, there is corporate CEO. I
understand his trend. I understand his trend because of the dynamism he brings to the industry. However, I feel it's not something which augurs well for this setup. Do you get it? This is a setup where if you see your CEO constantly cleaning the gutters, your respect for him dwindles, instead of you to even appreciate his respect. Do you know where I'm coming from? We are used to...
agree with you,
let me just finish making my point. My issue is that, you see, Sadiq should not speak to every issue. There are people behind him he works with. He can speak through people. You know, if the president wants to say something and says it through me, and I mess up, it's not easy for you to attack the president based on what I said, though you know I'm the president's spokesperson. But when the president utters it, as I will see it, it's worse for him. So it's okay for someone to shield him in terms of certain comments. And one person who annoys me within this industry is the illogical Mr. Logic. Because this guy doesn't, he speaks, excuse my language, I don't want to be too hard on him, he doesn't speak sense.
You are talking about Sadiq, that you switch to...
I'm trying to top up what is happening within the industry. These are people who bring nothing to the table so much, but they talk so much and too much.
Oh, Mr. Logic is the one that brought out Vibrant Fire. He has contributed to the success of Shatta Wale. So if you are saying he doesn't bring...
Success to Shatawale in what sense? When we talk about contributing to successes of people, I can mention 101. You know it.
You are saying he brings nothing to the table, and I'm telling you what he has done.
No, in terms of, see, if you, Abrantepa, your days in Radio University, you've helped a lot of people. And you can tell the young talent I have pushed to Dr. Duncan, yourself, even the Sarkodiyes and the D crimes. You know the level of contributions you also churn in. I'm talking about taking both steps or movements like a young man like Sadiq is doing. I'm not saying do not criticize people. And what cuts me deep has to do with the comments he makes about Black Sheriff. Okay. It breaks young talent. You see, when you want to justify everything irrationally, you appear a fool from a distance.
Specifically, what has he said about Black Sheriff that you think that it's not good? Because I have also heard him say that Black Sheriff is the man from Kumasi who is going to do big things because he sees the whole Kumeka movement.
He said that was the beginning, but now he said something different.
Okay, so what has he said that you are not okay with?
He was like, this guy will not go far. I think Yao Tog, he made a comment and juxtaposed it with Yao Tog and was like, the level of respect or the kind of, he said some arrogance is popping up from the boy and that will not take him far. Because of the Kuku the Traveler, how would you use music, an art, a performance to define someone's character and say because of this you're not going far? No. Like, it doesn't make sense.
I have not heard that.
Oh, on UTV.
Okay. I'm not saying you...
Okay, I'm just giving you the source. Yeah. So, moving on, I'm trying to look at people's commitment to the industry and those who just sit on the fence and theirs is just to poo-poo everything, people's efforts. I hate it.
Okay.
If I will not be able to add an iota of support to whatever you're doing, the best I can do is to keep quiet. But if I criticize you, I will be suggesting alternatives to mean that to promote your art. For instance, I support Shatawale, but he makes certain comments or certain things that I feel are not necessary because he overdoes certain things. So if it happens that way, what I do is I call Chris Connie, Charlie, this is what is happening. Because I will not look at, I will not be there and watch Shatawale being dragged in the mud because we also want to project our top-notch artists. But when he's doing something wrong and it's in the open, I talk about it. I call his management and try to step on him. But you don't try to, the moment where this young man is making gains, even beyond the borders of this country, when Nigerians are even trying to forge, to claim that Black Sheriff is theirs, we didn't need that kind of pulling down comments. And the reason why,
you expect everyone to be towing the line that you want.
Exactly. Now the reason why I even brought in Baba Sadiq is that I appreciated his good aspect. The reason I even brought him because I wanted to just about the three of them at the same time.
Okay.
The performance on that day, you know, it went viral and people were applauding Black Sheriff, and it's fine for maybe a year or two later we hear that this concept was by, what do we call it, Baba Sadiq. And then just within some few weeks, you go like, the concept was meant for Sarkodie, but not Black Sheriff. You get it? You've done something good. Perfect.
So he shouldn't have said
He shouldn't have said that.
All right, let's go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk more about the Black Sheriff and his performance and the Kwaku the Traveler song that is actually making waves everywhere. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We go for a quick break. Don't go away.
We have never paid so much attention to people's recovery, right? People recover and they tell us their stories. We read every detail because we wanted to be sure whether we had COVID or not. I remember Israeli, I think he recovered and he posted, before the COVID season, before he had it, he was going to work alone. Nobody was sitting in his car. Nobody was eating with him. Israel only will be any data. And then he continued. And then when he finally had it, you know, he had to, he couldn't stay with the family. He had to stay in the boys' quarters. I said, Israel, you have boys' quarters. Multimedia is paying well, huh? Because I know another line of Plaza FM. He ain't shit.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
There's one statement, it's very unpopular, that people say that sickle cell is a death sentence. Is this something that you would agree to or disagree to?
Well, it's absolutely not a death sentence, but a lot of these deaths associated with sickle cell are preventable, and so it's conversation and language that we should move away from. The sooner the better.
Do they vary in terms of its severity, or they are all the same?
So hemoglobin SS is the most severe and most common form, and then the others like SC, S-beta thalassemia are milder forms.
Is Ghana a very difficult place to live in as someone living with sickle cell?
For Ghana specifically, it's tropical, so it's very hot, and so that makes people who are living with sickle cell disease in Ghana prone to dehydration.
Would you advise anyone who has been diagnosed with an AS to marry someone who is also AS?
Ours is just to educate people, give them all the information, and then we leave them to make that informed decision.
You know, this word that has been used to describe people with sickle cell, sickler, it's terrible.
It's
and
derogatory.
So it is indeed.
Welcome back. It's still Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with McDonald, Nanaya Asari, aka Romeo, and then Nene B. He's a columnist and author. Osima Minka say he's a lawyer in the making, but Makan. We have the conversation on Black Sherif. His Kwaku the Traveler is doing so well. It's actually, trending on TikTok. It's Obia Kujina Baby Night is or yeah. The performance in of course over 3 music they are just singing, they are imitating, and so if you go almost say and remember Niaji because Semani Shenta Dibina Amudi Kujina in so Nasin in so no twa. So I will near
You see some of these girls, you can tell that they're the one who wrote the song for Kweku Sherif. You can tell from the way they perform the song. That they know the song more than Kweku Kra.
Let's go for Vogue.
Alive, just like it's not a woman.
We are going for Vogue. Irabna is on standby.
Hi, this is Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your girl, Ravana Everett. Today is an amazing day because we are going to be talking about the fairy tale wedding. I'm talking the Kojo Jones wedding, the Jones Bond 2022. Yes, don't go anywhere. I'll be back right after this break. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Now, before I went on the break, I did say we were going to be looking at the Kojo Jones wedding. Yes. Now, a lot of us might know who Kojo Jones is, and a lot of us might not know. So this is a little background on Kojo Jones. He is the CEO and founder of the Empire Conglomerates, which comprises of various businesses in various sectors, like the Empire Concrete Limited, Empire Domus Limited, Dominion International Petroleum Limited, KJM Trading Limited, and and King's Crown Media. He has won some amazing awards for Business Executive of the Year at the Glitz Style Awards and Young Achievers at the Exclusive Men of the Year Africa Awards. It is said that he is worth about 1 to 5 million, you know, ranging from that side. We are not sure yet, but you know, that's a little background on Kojo Jones. Today we're going to be looking at the 9 outfit his wife wore for the wedding. We do not know who she is yet, but we are still waiting and sitting tight to get, you know, a little bio on who the mysterious lady is. All we know is for now is her name is Rachel. Yes, my lovely people, now starting off, the wedding was in 2 parts. We had the traditional wedding and the white wedding. Now, the traditional wedding started off with the bride rocking her bridal robe. Now, this was no regular bridal robe. This was an olive green dress. It flowed to the ground and it has some wraparound tie on it. And the second outfit was a green and purple kente with beads, defining the whole outfit with a feathered fan. Now, before I continue, the whole theme of the wedding was you know the color of the peacock, right? Once they spread their feathers behind, the colors that define their feathers, that was the whole theme for the wedding. So it was purple, green, and you know, some other colors. It was purple and green. All right, now the third outfit was totally amazing. It was also a kente with beaded definitions and some puffy shoulders. This was a kaba and sleeves, but not your regular kaba and sleeves. The kaba was bustier form and the sleeve was a beautiful fishtail. Yes, darling, you definitely rocked that outfit. Now the fourth look was also a kaba and sleeves. No, not your regular kaba and sleeves. She had gold on the top and blue on the slits. All right, now the slits had some beaded definitions, gold beaded definitions, just like the kaba had. Coming to the fifth look for the first day, she wore a simply beautiful dress. All right, now this dress had a blend of beautiful colors. It was kente. You know, kente has a blend of beautiful colors. Now this particular outfit had less beads in it, but loads of colors from purple to green to blue, and like I say, it was amazing. Yes, my lovely people, now let's look at day 2 of the wedding. That is the white wedding. It started off with her in a black robe, getting ready with her hair and her makeup. She looked totally amazing in this black robe. Then we saw her in her wedding gown for the white wedding. Now the definitions in her outfit was what gave the whole gown, I don't know, that's je ne sais quoi, you know. It fit her right. Her body was banging, her face was banging, her hair was banging. Everything was on point on that day. It was a true Cinderella moment for our dearest Rachel. Now finally, the last 2 outfits. The first outfit was a red outfit with some silver definitions and some feathers, and the second outfit was a green outfit with some amazing emerald stones in it. Those 2 outfits were for the first and second reception of the wedding. That's all for Vogue on Bloggers Forum and GhanaWeb TV. My name is Arabna Everett. Back to you, Abrantipa.
Thanks, Arabna, for the segment Vogue. And if this is the first time you are watching it, it's a new segment that we've introduced on Bloggers Forum. It's fashion and lifestyle. All right, straight to Black Sherif, my main man. Well, he was the opening act at the 3 Music Awards that was held on the 26th of March at Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center. In fact, that performance has actually elicited reactions from a number of people. That's because it was the first time that we saw a performer in Ghana here performing, and then, you know, after that one, we've seen a trend on TikTok where people imitating or mimicking what actually happened on the stage. The song is topping charts, Apple Music, a lot. In Nigeria, in Ghana, in Gambia, and everyone is talking about it. The fact that Black Sherif is actually doing well. This is his first for the year, right? Yes, because last year was first and second sermon, which he actually had 4 awards at the 3 Music Awards. Mamisha Asim Free, you were the last time we talked about his performance, right? Yes. So let me begin from you, or let me begin with you. Whether you are surprised at the level of success Black Sheriff is chalking with Kwaku the Traveler.
I told you, I've said this on this show at least 15 times.
You are a fan.
Yes.
You say Black Sheriff is your everything.
Yes. If there's a gospel artist of the year, I want the gospel artist of the year to be Black Sheriff. If there's reggae artist of the year, I want the reggae artist of the year to be Black Sheriff. So I'm very biased when it comes to Black Sheriff. But I might say something which I want to start with the song itself.
Okay.
Before I come to the success of the song. Last week, I told you that when I was on my way here, the song came out the day I came here. And I was listening to the song the whole day from morning till when I got here. And even when I left, I was still listening to the song. I love the song, right? So obviously, the song is very addictive. So I knew it was going to be a success. I told you that I had one problem with the song. And that was, I told you behind the scenes, that I'm voicing it out. I think I had a problem with the beat of the song.
Yeah.
I don't think that, I think the beat sounded amateuric. The person who made the beat, I don't know the person who made the beat, but the person who made the beat is not a good engineer.
Yeah.
You understand? As a beat, the beat sounds good, but I don't think that it was mixed well, and I don't think that it was mastered well. Even the beat itself, I think that, but that is just my personal preference, though. I think that a lot could have gone into the beat. I was hearing rock guitars on the beats in my head. That I wish there were some live instrumentations in the beats, right? I'm sure he wrote the song to the beat. The beat was given to him, he wrote the song, right? But after writing the song to the beat, I feel like they could have gone back and done more to the beat. A lot of artists do that. You get a beat, the beat inspires you to write a song. But the fact that the beat inspired you doesn't mean that the beat is a good enough beat. The reason why I had a problem with the beat is I told you that a song is a song that's going to go places. And it doesn't augur well for a superstar of his level to be riding on a beat that I think Kwaku Freak should be on. No dig to Kwaku Freak. A beat that I think that somebody who is not the #1 artist in Ghana should be riding on. He should, because see, let me use this example. That guy who did Azonto Ghost and Mansa, if anything. Bisa K did both Azonto Ghost and Mansa. But Mansa was mixed by Kewa.
Yeah.
Till date, if you go to parties and they drop Mansa, it feels fresh. Because it has this timeless feel to it. It's not about it's not about the production, it's about how it was mixed. Azonto Ghost feels dated. Because it's obvious that the person who mixed the song is not an expert at mixing. So I feel like at this time it would be better for Kwaku Killer to work with, people,
sound engineer,
people who have experience.
He's bringing Hammer back from retirement.
No,
he says
Hammer says if he will go back.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't think Hammer will go back. He has making too much money from selling bread.
My boss is selling bread. I like.
Yeah, too much money from selling bread. I mean, Hammer. I love Hammer. Even Hammer, when you listen to JQ and Hammer's songs from the 90s and early 2000s, JQ was a better mixer than Hammer. It doesn't mean that Hammer was not a good beat maker. Later on, by the time Edem came on the scene, if you listen to Hammer's production when Edem came on the scene compared to Obrafo, you realize that the mixing was better than from the Edem side. Because obviously Hammer at the time they didn't have the type of experience that maybe JQ might have had working with other people before coming on the scene. So it's not a dig if you are a producer and you are not there yet in terms of mix, because that's a whole different skill set from making beats. You understand? So I had a problem with that beat because so I knew that the song was going to be
the song was produced by Joka Nana. I don't know how well it's pronounced, but that's the information on Black Sheriff's YouTube page.
Okay.
Joka Nana.
Yeah, I feel like, after Joka Nana made the beat, if he was done in Kumasi, there are people, Maurice Babyface, people in Kumasi who are very good at mixing.
Maurice is doing gospel now. I don't know.
No, but mixing is different from, but anyway, I just mentioned him that there are people in Kumasi who are very good. In Accra, there are people in Accra who are very good at mixing. And I think that Black Sheriff and the people around him should start investing in, the idea that he's a superstar and show his beat should reflect a superstar.
Okay.
That's two. About what the song is doing. Yesterday, I've not checked today. Yesterday, the song was on the top 100 global charts. That means that the song is one of the biggest songs in the world. Not just in Nigeria and Gambia. You keep referencing Nigeria and Gambia. In the world, the song is one of the biggest songs in the world, right? And even though I expected the song to be huge, I didn't think that it was going to be within weeks one of the biggest songs in the world. And so that was wow for me, and I was really, really excited about that. That a Ghanaian artist, without any international collaboration, without any, the beat was produced by a Ghanaian, totally 100% Ghanaian product. It's one of the biggest songs in the world, and I'm proud as a Ghanaian because of that.
Within 7 days, he has over 1 million views. And this is just audio slide on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Romeo, I meet you.
Yeah, Bantia. I think Black Sheriff is born to do this. I wouldn't say he's a virtuoso. There are just a handful of virtuosos in this country, and Aquabo is one.
Breaking it down,
I can say, Obia, I say, a young to a bloodline, I say, it's part of them, right? Like I say, generational thing be. Aquabo, he does it with alacrity. But this young chap is talented to the extent, say, if he's managed well. You see, there's been this misconception within this industry base. And until I say Mr. Illogic. You see, you don't set standards for everybody to follow. And this boy is defying all odds. Shatawale defy all odds. And the breaking the bounce out and still all enjoy. When you try to box people and want everyone to do the same thing, it becomes difficult. Angelique Kijokro winning Grammy Awards. Oko check it, genre of music or yeah. Or jump it from a heart to heart. Why dance or why reggae? Why gospel? Why then world cultural music? Why BBRB? You get it? Because you want a message to the world. You just don't confine yourself within your space. Where then? What's you know? But this and I way better. They try to start clashing heads, and it's not necessary. But what I like about Black Sheriff is yes, ordinary life. Once the issue you see about the management issues, you know, it was dividing people. It was dividing opinions about him. As artists, we cried on me ungrateful. It affects your support base. It affects the love people have had for you. But okay. But I would say he had a proper hook on that day when he performed that song. Oh, your friend saying Three Music Awards. So there are a lot of good songs in this country, but maybe the spark to have gotten them to that notch, they didn't get. The reason why the Lord Kenyans have left indelible marks in our minds, the kind of stage performances and a whole lot are what they did in the past. Now you who be that. Until you reminisce it and Charlie, I remember. See, even but Samini, you talk about stage performance and still mention Samini, right?
Yes.
It tells you, say, when it's unique. In the end of the day, it was a perfect hook. And you know to me, it was that performance. It opened our eyes to follow the lyrics of the words. And you know, if you want to touch people, you touch their emotions. And he touched people's emotions with the performance and the story he told. And the man break it through without featuring any top-notch act, any external act. But Nigeria.
In Ghana now, so there's no top-notch act than him.
To me, usually I don't usually like to talk about superiority because it blocks.
I don't think so.
It blocks genuine support. Because issues of ego. If you don't manage it well, a bit me a trim, a bit me aha will be our person or one. So I don't usually like to clash it. But let's allow we can have like our Davidos and what do we call it, Wizkids and Burna Boys all fighting in the world. There's no point in limiting anyone. And nothing like this issue of comparison with Shatawale, it's needless.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, it's not necessary. And necessary because Uti, this is.
Can we not compare Okay, what about it is not necessary?
Well, early days yet. We talk about Shatawale, they do different genres, they do different things, they do different stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that it's too early for the young man. I'm looking at the young man's success. We've had young boys, I'm hit, I'm out, and they say, I'm better since I got here, and then I'm working. You see, you don't put so much on their shoulders to be, for them, when you're unable to meet expectations. Fair, to stand this industry for 10 good years and still be head of a near easy achievement. And it's early days yet. You won't grow from my mouth hit back to back. This is my era. What I say. I feel say it's too early. Let's enjoy with him and let's hope that you'll be able to sustain this standard for the next decade. Then you bet Mama Nakonya on the table of men. I'm happy he's transcending like or breaking barriers. What I say, Gambia's and world market, and right now that's 76.
Today is 57.
57. So what I say, so it's on and on and on. We can create some kind of weak propaganda around it. More discussion about to push it. Push the song. It's done. But I don't feel comfortable when they are being compared to. Say the friend saying, "Sako dear boy, guy on the medical rabat to you." Strong man. Strong man is good. But we did that. We tried to do all these things, but Sarkodie is always Sarkodie.
So the thing is that I want to come there about comparison.
The comparison. I wanted to seek your view.
I don't think there's anything wrong with comparison. Is this thing? What's the name? What's this guy's name? Andre 3000 once said that an artist is as good as his last song. You understand? That's the reason why Andre 3000 have never put out any single song since The Love Below, because he says that when he puts out a song and it doesn't do what the old songs did, that would tarnish who he was. Nobody cares about what you did in the past. You see, when people are comparing Black Sheriff to Sarkodie and Shatawale, we are not saying that he's better than them or he has achieved their level of success. No. They're talking about what we have now. As in, he has put out a song. Shatawale put out a song 2 days ago. You understand? Sarkodie have had a song out recently. What are the songs doing? People are not comparing.
Shatawale is topping charts since yesterday.
No, I'm saying that what are the songs doing? I'm not saying that he's not topping charts.
So for you, it is okay to compare records.
The moments. You can compare records if you are discussing that. That's a different conversation. You can compare who is the greatest Ghanaian artist of all time, who I think is Sarkodie.
But the moment you say this one is on top now, that's a comparison.
Daddy Lumba. It doesn't matter that Daddy Lumba has been doing music since the 80s. So you can do that. That's a different conversation altogether. But we are talking about the moments, right? Who is the greatest, or who is the artist of the moment? Who's the hottest artist of the moment, right? When you go to this thing, Complex Magazine has a chart, yearly chart they call King of New York. When you talk about King of New York, what they mean is that who is the hottest hip-hop artist in New York now? It doesn't mean that the hottest hip-hop artist is better than us.
I understand no discussion, even within our award setup, the new artist of the year, most popular songs of the year, all these things we understand. But what they were doing goes beyond just comparing the moments.
They were pitching heads.
Exactly. So
you see,
let's not pretend.
When fans are excited, right?
And in my world, I don't tolerate that. I feel it's unnecessary. It hurts the upcoming ones because, are you listening? For another artist to help a young artist to come up again, it will look as if Mobeji and Shine, all these things.
You see, that's because that artist.
But should we rather not?
You are not a smart businessman.
Hold on. Should we rather not criticize that mentality rather?
Yeah, if
I'm criticizing the mentality that you don't Abrantepa. Let me make this point. Abrantepa. No, I was on the floor. He jumped in. No, he jumped in.
No, I was going to him, but let me hear you then.
Abrantepa, you are here, and then someone comes and would want to do internship. He does brilliant on his first day, and everyone around say, "Boy, we better say Abrantepa." Like, no, let's. Exactly. So you see all these things, and to say, if you are weakness, better. But because of your kind, because you can't stand that disrespect. So what I'm fighting against is let's enjoy with him at the moment. You see, Kevin Boy, so down flat echo. Family, so echo American tour. We need support for all these artists. I'm not segregating. I don't like segregations. Me perceive at some moment, we say Ghanaian artists or Canada, or US, and then you media people, we be Juma because you have to follow up. So what happens? Our media space becomes open, but I don't expect that we put our eggs in one basket. Yes, Black Sheriff is doing well. Family is equally doing well. A friend said, Kevin Boy, even a friend is saying, guy we, Kiddy, Kiddy, touch it, no crown. India, like, see the population of India. Now say new way to be penetrating India. Do you know what it's doing to our market? So these are all things that I feel said, these young people deserve celebration, but they don't have to be compared to other people. And some can high life and I say hip life and can give us say boni didn't be a because he's a good musician, but he's not getting hits.
Let's wrap up, Nene.
What I'm about to say is about.
Let's do that in a minute.
That was a point I was making. Now I'm making 3 points. Okay, so about.
You were saying, you said there's nothing wrong with comparing records. Doing comparison. Yeah,
there was a particular point I was about to make. The point I was about to make is that if you're an artist and you think that because a younger artist will take your shine, so you will not support them, you are not a smart businessman.
It's not about the thinking. It's about the comparison.
Let me finish making my point. You are not a smart businessman. You understand? Because I believe that if you're a smart businessman, you have studied the music industry. And if you study the music industry, in the music industry, there is a new trend every 3 years. Within the past 10 years, we had the GH rap, which the Tema Boys came with, which changed to Azonto, which changed to dancehall, which changed to, what's the name? What Eugene Dems do, what they call Afro High Life. You understand? Within the past 10 years alone, we've had 4 different types of sounds. You understand? Which means that 4 different artists have, your friend is saying, taken control of the sound within the past 10 years. If Richie, who is a smart businessman, said he wasn't going to promote Miss V and Kwame Eugene because they'll take his shine, Richie will not be making money today. But he's making money today from Kwame Eugene Dems because he understands that if you're a smart businessman, you should know that your time will pass. And you use your moment to make money.
Let's progress.
But he's getting it wrongly.
I'm not getting it wrong.
What do we call it? Richie is not technically doing music. He's doing business.
He was a musician.
He's doing business.
What I'm doing. The point was
so assuming those artists you're talking about were being pitched against him, you think he would have signed them?
Okay.
Of course, yes, he would.
No, you can't.
Because
that's a different issue altogether.
No, his question is, if they were pitching Miss V against him, Richie, more of doing a comparison.
Okay,
Miss V
I
is
think
better
that
than
Richie is a smart businessman. Yes, he'll do that.
Okay, right. So
it still remains a thought anyway.
This is very quick.
Okay.
Do you expect a video from him very soon? And I won't check Accra.
Exactly. I saw a releasing video in term to leverage on the popularity of the song now. No, it's meaning more views because I look at me share a view. Now say obi timinya 1 billion views. When you get 100 million views here, it's not enough.
Okay. Nene, should the video come out soon? How soon?
You see, I don't really care about whether the video comes out or not because there are some songs which are very huge hits without videos.
Yeah.
So whether he probably may want to wait. That it depends on what he wants to do as an artist. He can wait, and when the momentum of the song is going down, drop a video to revive the momentum again. Or he can drop a video now to revive. And both are equally smart way of looking at it.
Okay.
And none will fail. I don't think any of them will fail.
Okay, that's Nene B. Nene B is a columnist. He's an author. He's the author of the book Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Grab your copy now. I can't in those days. I'm here movie advert.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's marketed and distributed by Osewus. Grab your copy now. McDonald Naneo Asare, aka Romeo, is a columnist. He's an author. He's an actor. He is a voice-over coach. He is with Miss Ghana, or this year or Kahu. And to this year, I'm sure we'll have a conversation on Miss Ghana, and they have launched it, so now they are doing the audition, and so we'll definitely have time to talk about this and many other issues. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. Yes, it's been another insightful edition of the show. For more stories, visit our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
There's one statement, it's very unpopular, that people say that sickle cell is a death sentence. Is this something that you would agree to or disagree to?
Well, it's absolutely not a death sentence, but a lot of these deaths associated with sickle cell are preventable, and so it's conversation and language that we should move away from. The sooner the better.
Do they vary in terms of its severity, or they are all the same?
So hemoglobin SS is the most severe and most common form, and then the others like SC, S-beta thalassemia, are milder forms.
Is Ghana a very difficult place to live in as someone living with sickle cell?
For Ghana specifically, it's tropical, so it's very hot, and so that makes people who are living with sickle cell disease in Ghana prone to dehydration.
Would you advise anyone who has been diagnosed with an AS to marry someone who is also AS?
Ours is just to educate people, give them all the information, and then we leave them to make that informed decision.
You know, this word that has been used to describe people with sickle cell, sickler, it's terrible.
It's derogatory.
So it is indeed.
The Black Stars have qualified for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, and now they've been paired in Group H alongside Portugal, South Korea, and then Uruguay. But today we are asking whether we need to invite the players who refuse call-up during the qualifiers, or we need to bring them on board because we are trying to build a strong team and present a better team in the FIFA World Cup in November. Others believe that if we bring them on board, we are being unfair to the players who played in the qualifiers. Do you agree with them, or you have a different opinion? Let me hear from you in the comment section as we interact with Ghanaian fans on the streets of Accra. Today we asked Fana to do this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Follow me, Joel Leshen, as I get some interesting answers for you. So the Black Stars have qualified, and then the news making waves that Inaki Williams, Mohamed Salisu, Tariq Lamptey, and then Callum Hudson-Odoi are being tapped to join the team. But today we are on the streets of Accra to interact with Ghanaians on this episode of the Friday Debate. Do you think that we should invite the players who refuse to play in the qualifiers, or you think that their inclusion will make the team better and stronger? Bosu, GhanaWeb TV. So, Udi can share a World Cup qualifier. And Nigeria no game. Call say,
oh, Ghana for no more idea. Boys no more ball. I'm ball, but Sana Mecca.
It's not and no one say you to me a qualifier.
Oh, me the name one because say the team na you know. Let me mean say qualify. Nigeria for Mountain almost some more idea. Cause me. On my chance, I'm casting Ghana be lose. Me na me Ghana for chi. Me Ghana ni so na me Ghana for chi. Ba me hwe step mu ti bobo na me so my ade pa. O se bo ma baso.
Na any kind of sisi aya qualify we. Na your players bi wo na ye pom so mbe join qualifiers na omamba. Tariq Lamptey ono yan wo no krom ha ye wo no abrochi Calamos no doy. Also sa na ye hwe so mbetumi switch from England. Na omambe bo na nso omamba ya ye nua ye ono de ye wo no ha Mohamed Salisu also can say onye ready Inaki Williams mo sisi ano ebinom susu say ka yemfa World Cup we na yemtumi yemfa nye negotiation na omo nte ase na omo bebo e ma Ghana wo na omo ya adwe
baga me no bia nya adwen o omo nim so bebo na de ntina ye from omamba na afi akореfa wie na omo pese omo bebo no baga yemfa omo qualify omo bebo ma qualify for ma ambo because Ghana ha no obi mrem obi medi so hu so dem pa kire ti omo mbobo na for omo ambo by coach say coach Oto Ado or ya de pa sa coach no say Ghana for Bonabaso
nti omo fa adwuma no ma no
mfa adwuma no ma no pa o ya de
na ebinom ka say yenya Callum Hudson-Odoi yenya Tariq Lamptey any Inaki Williams mo any Mohamed Salisu ye team na strong but also ka say omamba ne de no omamba
Mohamed Salisu no ono de oba akeye because ono sa blantin obobo pa ba o mama kan de boga menimo bia menimo mba bia ntime o mama mgidi seye o mama mgidi seye pa
all right, they chose not to come when we were playing the qualifiers, so we should give those who qualify the team the opportunity to play in the FIFA World Cup. Boss, my pounds on brim. Any kind game, no, yeah, in Nigeria, no, more than I call say.
Oh, boss, game no there because of the money team. Man, she game no na. Game no me be share second from me be share Accra. Ni so man share bi. But I said that game no corner, na game no efe. Na Ghana for near your bobo boys no mo bobo mo body se basa mo bobo on se basa bo pepe sira bo na efe
alright
but I said yeah
okay
now o can say o say dem rant ni bi da dwan o mo ni ade no o young boys na ankasa na eko game we no o mo bo modern but I say bia em rant no say like me chiremu a o say like I say obi chirewe adwuma I say o boss what I say no chirewe adwuma who dem a boss no chirewe adwuma the experience bi o ho boss no yima untumi ye de emehu ni nyina sa ntine bia sample for no kan o ma adwane boys na nke bia le betumi akon kan kakra na bibia akọ ni tente
nti wo support say o ma mba qualifiers na so ye betumi afro ma ba so mbeba de ayen form ko work
so mo beba de a o se mo de mo ko.
All right, so if they will come, we should take them along to the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. What do you also think? Do you think that Mohamed Salisu, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Tariq Lamptey, and the like should be added to the World Cup squad despite their decision not to play in the qualifiers? All right, first of all, did you watch the Ghana game against Nigeria? And if you did, were you impressed with the performance of the team?
Yeah. So much impressed with them.
Who was the standout player for you?
I think almost all of them has done well. They have done a good job. You know, football is a teamwork. If one don't pass, one cannot score. So I think they have all done well. So that's why I would not signal one player and say, oh, this player has done well, but for me, they all have done well. They have done well.
Now we've qualified for Qatar. There are some players that we wanted them to honor our invitation during the qualifiers, but they didn't come. Mohamed Salisu, Tariq Lamptey, and then Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes. But now, others are of the belief that we can use this to, I think, attract them to come and play in the World Cup. But there is another school of thought also saying that it will be unfair on the part of those who qualify that will bring in new guys who refuse to play in the qualifiers.
Yeah, for my understanding, what I know in football, you know, from now to December is a long way to go. So if I would prefer, and my simple advice is, if the coach will look at players outside, those who are performing well, football is a game of performance. maybe those that qualify us today might not be good some few months to come. So if the coach will scout and check out players who are performing, we want performing players that can help beat some people like that of Portugal and those that are in the group with us. So not necessarily to maintain. Those that are performing, we want a performer, somebody who is performing well, that's all.
Also, are you confident that Ghana can qualify out of Group H? We have Uruguay, we have Portugal, and we have South Korea.
Sure, Ghana can do if only we are determined. You know, football is a teamwork, you see. If only we team up and we cover up for each other, we can do well, we can do well.
All right, so are we going to invite Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes or not? Are we going to be fair to those who played in the qualifiers? I have another guest here on the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You watched the qualifiers between Ghana and Nigeria.
Yeah.
First of all, were you impressed with the performance of Ghana?
I think we managed that from the qualifier. But now we are coming to check about the rest. You see, the ones they don't play the qualifier. We have a right to invite them to the qualifier. Why? Because some of them can get injured, some of them can to train them back. It doesn't mean they don't join the qualifier.
Okay.
We have to gather them to train them to the World Cup. That'd be my suggestion.
But you don't think that if we bring them on board and we leave out those who played in the qualifiers, we are not being fair to them?
To me, not we are leaving those who qualify. Because this is the time we are coming to start. And injuring some of them will wound, some of them will get those things. So we have to manage them to build them starting again. So that one, to me, my preference is we for try, gather them.
For trying to get the last one, Ghana, we have been drawn in Group H in the World Cup against Portugal, South Korea, and then Uruguay. Remember, we have a score to settle with Uruguay. Do you think that Ghana, we can come out of the group?
I'm sure.
You are sure you can?
Yeah.
All right, but he wants the players to come on board, Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes. Bosu, the game we played against Nigeria, were you impressed?
Very impressed.
And who was your standout player?
Is it Kudus?
Kudus Mohammed.
I just like his dribbling skills, and then he's a player that is fun to watch.
He's fun to watch.
Yes.
Now there are those that we wanted them to come on board and to play, but they didn't honor the call-up. Now there is school of thought that we need them, or we can use the World Cup to attract them to come and play for Ghana. Okay. Do you agree that we should bring them on board, or you want us to stick with those who played in the qualifiers?
You see, this is simple. Who should cook and who should come and eat? You understand? We wanted them to play and qualify. Okay. Now it's like we are preparing soup. You wanted meat to play the soup sweet, isn't it? Unfortunately, you went and you had fish. Okay. And at the end of the day, the soup is equally sweet. Okay. So what becomes of the meat?
We don't need it.
Why? It's a different thing. You are being invited and you refuse. Yeah. And it's also a different thing. Probably you didn't end the call-up. And probably by your hard work, maybe the coaches said, oh, well, it's a new guy coming. I like the way we could be added up. Then that one is cool. But when you are being invited and refuse to come, who should sit at the bench? If it were to be you, will you be
and finally, Ghana, we've been paired in Group H in the World Cup. We have a score to settle with the Uruguay and Portugal. But now the new addition to the group is South Korea. If you are arranging from first to fourth, which teams will make it out of the group?
I can't pinpoint a particular one.
No, but I know that it can change in 6 months' time. But today, which teams will make it out of the group? Your first two.
My first two, I think Ghana and I would go for Korea.
All right, so it's Ghana and South Korea for him out of the group. But his main question is, who should cook the food for Callum Hudson-Odoi, Mohamed Salisu, Inaki Williams, and Tariq Lamptey to come and eat? All right, and it was Eddie kind of Ghana game my Nigeria boy and you qualify performance so when he say you call up I bet my baby.
Okay, a normal performance because even though say 2 legs you are winning match, but technically you are qualified until you hear other players and I say you hear why you bet my idea walk up.
All right, now she see a question I am from say why na enu aduane no na wo mbedi nsem we omo ka che players na ye free omo qualifiers no mamba den so omunya world cup no mbebo no woni GFA penifo ni bi omo ka say coach na be decide e binum so che say sankofo ne ba team no e be strong.
Yeah, sankofo ne ba team no be strong because you share the last time I call cup world cup na 2014 and 2006 now. Your players be more qualifiers in the bomb joining and my team no successful. Even like cancel no can be but one could be. Okay. This is team and just a one qualifying and just team China chance head over. Because why we Juma Yama tax say and this our tax is why we are and just automatically over work up.
Okay, it's on Ghana group A group H. Yani Uruguay for you know more Asemka, Sanso and Portugal, and South Korea. And there I mean you can say minimum Busumi there, Bibi Abe to Messi injuries in there. But now I mean you can say you can say my 2 teams on qualify from the group
Oh Ghana and Portugal.
Ghana and Portugal.
Yeah, Ghana
and qualify from the group.
Ghana and Portugal and qualify.
Yani Nigeria boy we na qualify no. Na wa hon keka no na feel net say.
O ani jaba o man ni mu aka ni penyina abom. Se football ba na ye ni politics bia na aka ni penyina abom. Na ye de odo na ye ni je atena o man ni.
Okay, na ye ball ni we no players be no mo de mo so we ni pa.
Oh, players ni de o mu nyina ya de. Ye nyi ba confirm obi ya de. Yo she go ni de of bofre chire mo munya de she nyina obi a ni keepers nyina obi ya de.
Okay, but and there I be say your man te bi o ananke person be qualifiers no mo amba. Mohamed Salisu also onye ready. Tariq Lamte ono ya wo abrochi oni Kalamos no do nke person omo sesa no be bo man. Den so mo amba ba omo su se nke be to me the World Cup na nyom no mo aba. E bi no so say ya de omo ba na che so mo mbo qualifiers ni omo endi ni ye then I work.
Oh ni nyina say we no omo anya omo adwene so omo ba because na omo ni gidie so omo qualify. And omo gidie kura sometimes the foreigners ne ba professionals ne ba kwan a bia Ghana for start omo no. They say ni jaba no bia ya de say omo ba bebo na omo anya de Ghana for ya be omo saa enti obi bebo a na ye ne ya. But so far so ma switch so omo ba be Ghana for ya mo kwan na emu no ma ye replace omo enkobo top position ma omo bokodi ye no enye ye omo ntena ase omo medi protocol num na omo so meka ho na emu no omo nye reserves na ewa na push omo bebo enye push so mbenya sa ho brase na enye problem ebe ya say at the end of the day no nipa na koba di qualify na wa ba be di position and hadwen ti no omo hu ha wa metimi di omo ahyemu a enkoto sa players nso sintidua na ekina bi ehia omo a yensa anka on
midi wie no na me bisa say Ghana sisi ayo group H yani Uruguay therefore ya na 2010 omo ama ya nko semi final Portugal and so share 2014 na South Korea sisi amikasa man countries mienu a on qualify from the group a okwa ma hwan
if Ghana group oh medical about Ghana din
Ghana
and our football so you predict it here because Italy 40 first group stage it's a football they predicted it's medical about Ghana din now for any other on by omo so meka ho
but Ghana there you born pie say fan pie bon ta o machi ni nyina yan pie bo so Ghana you do football na obi abi hu sa face na ye wonyame so ni football there ha but they do football na do akono a ni hu sa na yetimi to asoro nwom stage ti hu sa nyame nwom ene empire botimi ye bibidi a yemma yanim ko nyame so ne nyame na beje cap na mayen nkola ne be ye de be de ne pa boy ya bibia be ye fine. All right, so he is going for Ghana as a constant figure in the group, but the calls for Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes to join the team he supports them that if they come, he believes that they will make our team stronger. But the officials should do it in a way that they are not going to upset those who played in the qualifiers. All right, into your World Cup qualifiers. News is saying to me the Omambo qualifiers in the Binomo, Castle Mumbano, ever World Cup. What's the news now? Then I'll come.
I shall say, no, make us say Ghana and Cassano. Suban view Honoma, away more, the CN, my young one, and Tessie. And no can affect the economy after this time. Obia, dear do baby. Instead of saying many pana trust I had then say you're criticizing the panona, you're clearing the panny off. So also you experienced player with me about cup, with me about tournament. You have to come and qualify your nation before you can play the tournament. In this Obianya could have about tournament, no qualification. Now about cup na Okra ferry. I will say you were new because you call yourself an experienced player. You tell me want to dinner or mine. And I'm qualifiers. I'm for team now qualify for the tournament. Now about qualification, I was saying what you could move for in the first place. Because when you're qualified, because one team about qualification. So if you are not able to play the qualification, you are not qualified to play the cup. In the amount about qualification, they should play the cup. Because I'm holding any near dear I'm to the born a qualifier, you know. You're gonna for Corano. It be binum say no. I am because we didn't expect that from them, especially the new players, Alexander Juku, and those players, new players now, have joined the team. I'm not sure love. They are bringing back the love of Ghana, Black Star team. They don't say the air, but if you don't encourage those boys, now we are called tournament, and now I'm afraid somebody like Alexander Juku. Kudus and stuff. Now for another players to come and replace them is a shame to young or minor and the players.
Okay, in Ghana group, your Portugal, your Uruguay, your South Korea. Sisano 1, 2, 3, 4 man.
Oh, Portugal tough match for Ghana. Even Obia cry away. So Portugal match is very tough for Ghana. And I am Pioneer here, but say at least Yanko Kra and a Portugal, Ghana, and then maybe Uruguay or South Korea.
So we heard what Ghanaians had to say about this very topic, whether we should invite Callum Hudson-Odoi and the likes to join the World Cup squad. What do you also think about this very issue? Speak to me in the comment section after watching this video where people shared their opinions. My name is Joel Ishen, and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Do well to subscribe to our channel and enjoy the rest of our programs. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you. It's been so long I went live. I mean, I miss you all. If you are joining the live stream for the first time, my name is Stella Chanelli. And yeah, so far, let me see who is here. Who is here to support? Who's here to support? Who's here to support? Okay, so guys, hi, hello from Côte d'Ivoire, formerly called Ivory Coast, and today I'm going to be sharing my oh, it's good to have you all here. Today I'm going to be sharing my first impression about Côte d'Ivoire. I'm live in Côte d'Ivoire, and this is my 11th country and counting. So yeah, good to have you here. About 8 people are here. Yay! Good. I'm so happy to see you all here. Hi, Mboni. I'm here. I miss you already. I miss you too. Hello, Favor. Chanelli. Okay, so guys, let me know which country you are representing or you are watching this live stream from. I'm currently in Cote d'Ivoire. Please let me know if my audio and my video quality is fine. I just woke up, so I'm sure my eye looks a little sleepy. Hi, hi, Godfrey. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good to have you here. I miss you so much. I hope you are doing well. Hello, Naku, darling. Naku is also a YouTuber. Please head to her channel and show her some love. Please let me know which country you are watching this live stream from. I'm currently here in Cote d'Ivoire or Ivory Coast. People say Ivory Coast, people say Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, but it used to be called Ivory Coast, now called Cote d'Ivoire. And I'm super excited. I'm super excited. So, guys, this conversation is going to be you and I. If you also want to join my live stream, let me know in the comments. Then I'll pin the link so that you could also join. So we share. If you've been here before, you might want to share your experiences here. Just as I've been here for Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Today is my third day here, and I'm loving it. Like, I have so much to say today to you all. So, Ricky says, awesome channel. Thank you so much, Richie. Yeah, watching me from America. Yay, US representing. Okay, Favor says, Nigerian YouTuber, please let's pass the popcorn while watching. Yes. Okay, so he's also a Nigerian YouTuber. Show him some love. Hi, Eric. Eric from Dallas, Texas. Good to have you here. Naku from Ghana, 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 all the way. Guys, please let me know if the audio and the video quality is fine. Hello, darling. Aphrodisiac Villas Spas. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, guys. So let me tell you this. I've sorry, I have all the French I learned in school. I've been trying to remember, like this trip. He has been so funny. I can't wait to keep to share the videos with you. I kept saying all the answer and what, like when you are paying like the Uber driver, you are paying the bus driver, you have to like nobody speaks English. When I say nobody, not like when you're in the city, it's easy to get someone who speaks English, but when you are like outskirts of the city, it's so difficult. So all you need to do is make sure you have internet. So if you are having difficulty, there are some people who can read French. So you quickly just do the translator, then they understand, they can speak. When we were going to pick a bus yesterday, that's what we did, and then he was able to understand what we were saying. It was so difficult, like everybody speaks French, but then I mean that should tell me that I need to step up my game in terms of learning French. And yeah. And CCG says, in Egypt, are the land borders open yet? I sincerely don't know, but in Ghana, the land borders are not open yet. So I came by flight. I came by flight. He said, no problem, you're welcome. Hi, Bola. Hi, darling. How are you? It said, 1, 2, 3, check. Audio, video working. Okay. Yes. Dara says, are you in Africa? Yes, I am in Africa. I am Ghanaian. I am currently in Cote d'Ivoire, and it's my first time in Cote d'Ivoire. So this video, please, if you have any questions, kindly let me know. I'm going to be sharing my experiences, and yeah. And if there's anything else you want to know, please let me know. Please come. I want to see you in the comment section. Dialect says, Captain says, hi. Hi, good to have you here. What time are you watching this live stream from? I am currently here in Cote d'Ivoire, and it's the same time as Ghana, and it's 7:10 p.m. Let me know which country you're watching from, and what's the time currently in where you're watching it from. You say you want to visit what? Tahari. Oh, what is Tahari? Let me know. I don't know there. He said, I'm in Egypt. I should have been more clear. I'm in Egypt. I should have been more clear. Okay. That's fine. Hey, Laurie Lossie. Good to have you here, my baby. I miss you. I know you miss me too. Dala says, come to Canada. Oh, once I get the visa, why not? Canada bounced me when? Some 2 years ago. when I tried to come to Canada, they said, no, we won't give you the visa. But then I'll give it a try again. If I do, I will come. Okay. So it says, how do you deal with creative block as a content creator? Okay, so I'll come to that. Today, I'm going to be talking about my experiences here in Cote d'Ivoire. So I'll come back to that. Okay. It says, please visit Canada. I will. It says, Mommy says, hello, my daughter. Hello, Mommy. Good to have you here. Thank you so much, Mommy, for joining. Oh yes, I am your daughter. I am your daughter. I have so many moms and daddies here. Good to have you here. It says, I heard the land borders will open soon in Ghana. Yes, yes, yes. It will soon open in Ghana. Yeah. Delcy says it's 12 noon. Oh, okay. Where is it in 12 noon? And which state are you currently? What's your main profession? I was surprised that YouTube is not your main job because you are so good at it. Oh, okay. So I manage a commercial building in Ghana, and YouTube is my job now. And it's soon going to be my main job here. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, Vignola says, Love Stella is Auntie Emifa. Oh, good to have you here, Auntie Emifa. I love you so much. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you so much. He said, how is your French? Okay. Percentage wise, my French is bad. It's terrible. My French is like 10%, like that bad. So when I came here, the only thing I know is the basic, like basic, and then I'm learning as time goes on. I got a SIM card when I came, so it's easy to communicate. When I have difficulty, I just put in the translation on English, then it translates to whoever is listening. Yeah. So guys, I'm super excited. I'm going to be sharing my experiences. So I got here Thursday and I got the ticket 2 weeks before my trip with my friend. So my friend's birthday is tomorrow, that's Sunday. And then she was like, oh, let's go somewhere different. I mean, let's travel. And I'm like, okay, no problem. I'm in. I'm always in. So I took some leave days and decided to visit Cote d'Ivoire. And I think it has been the best decision I've taken. It's I got the ticket for $410, which was around 2,800 and something. That's like it's not 3,000. It's close to 3,000 Ghana city, and we decided to come. So that's like a return ticket. So we decided to come here. We came here. The flight was just about 1 hour, so it was not a long flight. We used Emirates, and it was nice. It was nice. It was nice. Oh, before that, we had the COVID test. Then we came. So I don't know why we thought, because I thought it's a neighboring country. I'm like, oh, Cote d'Ivoire is going to be like Ghana, like Cote d'Ivoire is going to be like Ghana. So my expectations were comparing it to Ghana in my head. But then I came here, and then our friend picked us from the airport, and I was like, what? Wait. Is this Cote d'Ivoire? The roads are good, smooth. Yeah, my Airbnb host is looking at me right now, but comparing it to Ghana, yeah, the roads are like smooth. I mean, in the city, and yeah, and they have like their toll booths. Their toll booths, like they have like a lot of toll booths, unlike us. Forgive me for comparing it to Ghana, but I'm actually amazed what I saw here, and um it's good. I like their roads. Their roads are like, even yesterday we went to Yamsoku to see the largest mosque, the largest church in Africa, and it was really big. It was really really big. The roads were like smooth, like 3 lanes. Like I'm like, oh wow, like this is Cote d'Ivoire. I was like really 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 impressed. So that's the first bit. Now let me read some comments. It says, yeah, I miss you. The food you are eating in Ivory Coast is making me jealous. Okay, so guys, I'm posting all my daily activities on Instagram. So please, if you're not following me on Instagram, please do so. It's Stella Chanelli. The name is Stella Chanelli on Instagram. Follow me and then watch all my daily updates. And I've had acheke since I came. I've had the bread and the vegetables and the what's that thing called? Meat and chicken inside the bread. Oh my goodness. I think the food will make me come back to Cote because the food so far has been. I give that I give that 100%. The food is good. Like I've had three different acheke from three different places, and all of them it's like spicy, it's nice, it's healthy. The fish is fresh, and I'm like, oh okay, you are awesome. May God bless you with 100K and more in the near future. Amen. That is my greatest hope for December 2022. So please, if you are joining this live stream, kindly give this video a thumbs up and show. I mean, if you are just joining this live stream or you haven't seen my channel before, kindly show me some love and subscribe. Join the family. Says, as you practice more, it will come very easy. Whenever I'm in a French-speaking country, the language came very fast that I learned in school. Yeah. So basically, there are some of the things that are like very close to English. Like some of their words are like very close to English. So in a way, when you mention it, they kind of have an idea what you're talking about. So I don't think French is very, very difficult. You can always find your way and you can understand the little things that they say, like the normal greetings, or I want to go here, I want to go here. Yeah. So Aziz says, have you tried the local dishes food yet? Yes. I just mentioned I've tried acheke, I've tried the bread. I don't know the name, the bread with the vegetables and the meats inside. Their bread is like their French bread is hard. It's harder than that of the ones we eat in Ghana, but it's delicious. Oh, we do, but it's usually in restaurants. Yeah, no, it's not a street food. The street foods are very soft bread. Yeah. So yeah, Daniel says, "Hi, you're live." Yay! Yes, I'm live. It says, "Are you still on the African continent?" Yes, ATM team. I am here in Cote d'Ivoire. It's a West African country, very close to Ghana, very close to all the other West African countries. So yes, it's just an hour away by flight. By road, would be about it depends on where you're coming from in Ghana, but by road, if you are somewhere very close to the border, it should take you less than 3-4 hours. That's if you are very close. But if not, then if you're coming from Accra, it could take you like 9-10 hours from Accra. So yeah. If you guys also have any things to share, please let me know in the comment section. If you also want to join me live here, kindly let me know. I'll add the link here so you could also join me, so we share our experiences together. So I'm about to share. In fact, I started. I'm sharing my experiences here in Cote d'Ivoire so far, and so far so good. He said, I have a question. With how much money can you retire per month in Ghana, average per month? I sincerely, it depends on an individual and what your life. It depends on your lifestyle. If you live bougie, obviously you need more. If you're an average person, then yeah. So I was sharing my experience here in Cote d'Ivoire, and so far so good. So I earlier talked about the roads, which I think it's good. It's way better than I expected. The next thing I'm going to talk about is the people. Okay, let's talk about the people. So far, I've not had any problems with the people. Everyone seemed nice, and I've made new friends out of people recommending them to me. I've hung out with people since I came. I've just been here for 3 days, and I haven't explored yet. I'm yet to explore other regions. Yes, I have explored other one. I went to Yamsoko yesterday, but I'm yet to explore Asini, which they say it's like the beautiful place in Cote d'Ivoire, like where the nice beaches are. And you all know that I'm really I like nice beaches. I like beaches. I'm a beach person. I want to wear some bikini. I want to lie on the coast. You get it, you get it, you get it. So God willing, tomorrow is my friend's birthday, Millie, and so we will be doing that tomorrow. Yeah, but then I mean, guys, please, if there's any question, kindly share. So I earlier mentioned that their roads are like they have so many lanes, which is very beautiful. I really like that, and I also realized that the city is green. The city is very green. Comparing it to, let's say, let me use Ghana because we are currently in the dry season. The city is green, like everywhere is green. Today it rained, but then even before it rained, everywhere is green. Everywhere is green, and the whole Abidjan, that's the city, is like surrounded with water. So every canal you pass, you kind of see the lake, which is very beautiful. I'm like, oh wow, like to see the lake, like every canal, it's nice. It's nice. Like everywhere is Instagrammable, like picture spots, and I think it's beautiful. Ifya says, I admire you a lot. Thank you so much, darling Kimora. I love you too. She's also a YouTuber. Kindly show her some love. She's doing amazing, especially videos from Kumasi. If you're a Kumasi fan, yeah. Wow, Afro, I have received your cash up. Thank you. Hey, did I say cash up? Yeah, cash up. Thank you so much for the funds. Woo! I'm celebrating. Thank you so much. Really, I really appreciate. God richly bless you. I'm going to take your photo. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. Yeah. So I was talking about I already spoke about their roads. I already spoke about the people and the fact that they have, like, the city is clean, green, and they have trees. Like you can see trees around the city, which is very beautiful. And then let me talk about the Uber. So I have tried Uber. I have tried their bus so far. I have not tried. Okay, yeah, and I've also tried their taxi. I would say that their taxis are like they're just like regular taxis. There are some that are nice. There are some that are like buga buga. Yes, and then their Uber, one thing I have noticed with their Uber is they give you air condition, which is very luxury. Ghana, you people should change. Oh, you people should change. You will pick Uber and then they won't give you air condition. Why? Why do we do that, Ghanaians? Please change. I came here and I was like, oh, you even pick economy Uber and you have air condition. Like almost all their Uber cars are like cute and new, and then you get air condition. I was smiling. I was like, I was just ranting on Instagram how I've been enjoying air conditioning since since I came. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me go to the comments. It says, Stella, some percentage of airways in Ghana understand and speak French because of Ghana-Togo border and our migration from Benin, Nigeria, and Togo. It's unfortunate you are not part of that percentage. I sincerely don't understand. I blame my parents. They didn't teach me, they didn't make me learn the French well because they were not taking me there. I blame them. But then, I mean, it's not too late. I'll definitely start a course on Udemy to learn French because I feel like if you would want to explore other African countries, especially the French-speaking countries, and the basic things you should know in French, you should know. Yeah. So I had a friend here who was in school with me. So when I have problem with speaking to anybody, we quickly have to call him. Then he speaks to them in French, which it would have been different if I could speak French. Like I wouldn't have stress in calling him to help me in certain things. So yes, Jones D, you are very right. It's very unfortunate I'm not part of that percentage. Aphrodisiac says, "Shh, just do well." Thank you so much. Okay, bye, Afro. Thank you so much a lot. If you're and so Yvonne says, "Hi, baby. Was waiting for the Ivory Coast video all the way from Kenya. Yay! Okay, so I'm here for a trip. As soon as I settle, as soon as I get time, I will definitely put the videos together and start uploading. I'm super excited. I really can't wait because I feel like a lot of people have to see what's also outside their home. For somebody like me that is always in Ghana, and I mean, I've visited other countries. This is my 11th country, but it's always different when you go to somewhere new. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of experiences. There's a lot of things that are like eye-opening, and there are lots of things to like compare with your home country or to other countries you have visited. There's a lot of culture. I haven't really experienced um and some like different cultures yet. I haven't really had that experience, but I'm hoping before I leave here, I'll be able to get that to share with you. I just came on here to let you know the little that I have seen since I came here. Yeah, a minute. Please, if you are here, kindly give this video a thumbs up and subscribe if you are just seeing my channel for the first time. It's good to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining. I said, we Uber Drivers Association of Ghana say, thank you for playing our cassettes to the world. You come and meet us here. Prepare for trek. Oh my goodness. Oh, I definitely knew you people were going to come for me. Like, I knew you guys were going to come for me. But then, I mean, get ready because we need air conditioning. Because Ghana is always hot. And imagine being hot and then you come and sit in there. Uber without air conditioning. You get it? But then, oh, I mean, that was meant to be a joke. It says, okay, so one thing I've also realized, one of my impressions here is the fact that about 90% of everyone speaks French. Like everyone, everywhere. From I went hiking today, they spoke French. It was out of 10 people, out of let's say 20 people, you have like one person speaking English, or probably a foreigner, or somebody who is here from another country working, who like possibly speak English with you. So most people here speak French. Like from the airport, okay, the airport people speak English. The immigration officers were speaking English. Some of them were speaking English. Yesterday, when I went for a tour at Yamsoko, only one person could speak English. So we had to wait for like 15 minutes just because the person who could speak English was not around. But then I think most people speak French here. And when I came, my mate from school with his family, I went to their house. We had dinner there. I shared this on Instagram. So if you're not following me on Instagram, please follow me and show me some love. When we went there, she served us with some jollof, local jollof. I vlogged it. I can't wait to share. Their daughter like just started English class. So when we came, she was very happy. She was like, when we came, she was like, "How are you?" I'm like, "I'm fine." And she was very happy because we were like foreigners, and then we are speaking English with her, like just as she's learning in school. And her parents were like, "Here, if you don't take English lessons, like extra curricular lessons for English, there's no way your child will be able to speak English because school is not compulsory, just like it's not compulsory to learn French in Ghana." So the fact that he said, okay, so he's schooled in my school, Ghana Telecom in Ghana. So when he said he's trying his best to make sure his kids speak English, I was really impressed. I was like, okay, yeah, because if you don't push for your kids to learn English, then it will be difficult for them to learn English when they are older. Just as I'm here and I can't speak French. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so funny. But then I mean we move. That's the experience. Like trying to get trying trying to speak French just because you want someone to understand you is really, really, really funny. I can't wait to share my experience. JC says, "Hey, you are very hardworking." Thank you, JC. I've been seeing your comments. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I love you so, 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 so much. God bless you for your love and support too. JC says, did you go to Ivory Coast alone or with other YouTubers? Okay, so I came here with my friend. She's not a YouTuber. She's inside. She's sleeping inside. I'll get her to come and say hi now. Let me even text her to come by and come and say hi to you. So I came here with her. Her birthday is tomorrow, so we came here to celebrate. We came here to spend some time. We came here to explore. We came here to see what Cote d'Ivoire has to offer. So I just texted her to come around so she come and say hi to you all. And so yeah, I came here with her and yeah, I'm super excited. I can't wait to share all my experiences here. And so yeah, so it says you are doing very well. We are waiting for the video. Yes, I can't wait. So before coming here, I posted on my Instagram page that if they knew any other YouTubers I could connect with in Cote d'Ivoire, they should link up. Guess what? Nobody. I'm not even getting one person. I really wanted to collaborate. I'm here for an extra week. I wanted to collaborate with people, but then I'm not getting. I don't know if there are very few people here. Apparently, I hear YouTube is not monetized in Cote d'Ivoire. I don't know how true that is. I don't know. It was my friend who mentioned it because there are very few people who are into YouTube. Like very, very few. Like they're not really a fan of YouTube, according to, because I've spoken to a lot of people like, oh, do you know any YouTube? Everybody's like, oh no, YouTubers are very few here. So that's the situation. She said your YouTube videos deserve more views. Oh, I'm sure I'll get there soon, soon, soon. I mean, with people like you supporting and sharing my videos, I'm sure I will definitely get there soon. So yeah, so far those has been my experience, and I'm loving it here, especially the food, the people, the experience, the city experience. So tonight I'm going to experience nightlife. Yesterday my friend was supposed to take us to like go out because apparently Cote d'Ivoire people don't sleep. They like to party. And so I wanted to experience the party because it's Friday night. But then it didn't happen because he slept on us. So Jonathan, if you're watching this video, please, I'll come at you because you slept on us. He didn't come pick us for us to go. And you know, when you're in a new country and you are not too you don't know places, it's better to go with a local. That way you get to know the places well. So for those of you who wanted to see my friend, it's live on YouTube. Come, remove your hairnet, your bonnet. So my friend is coming to say hi to her. Tomorrow is her birthday. So you wish her happy birthday. So Matthias says, welcome to Cote d'Ivoire at the cultural level. What are the similarities between CL and Ghana? Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. Okay, I'm coming. I'll share that. So this is my friend. Say hi.
Hi guys, I just woke up.
Yeah, we've been sleeping. Like we went hiking today, so we are so tired. So for those of you, JC asked me who I came with. So yeah, maybe we can share our experiences together. Yeah. So somebody asked, welcome to Cote d'Ivoire. At the cultural level, what are the similarities between CL and Ghana? What are the similarities so far?
Oh, the people are nice.
Yeah, just like Ghana.
Nice, yeah.
I think you should use this.
The people are very nice, and the people are nice in Ghana too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the cars, the
The
traffic,
cars,
the
yeah,
traffic is the same.
traffic, the cars are kind of similar. But then their Uber is I
More
said that because
comfortable.
more comfortable, and almost all of them use air conditioning. And their taxis are very similar to here. Their trotro, when we went out of town, it's also very similar to here. Yeah. And what else? Similarities?
Their food is way nicer than ours.
Hey,
So far.
just say you enjoyed their food.
I enjoy
The
their food.
Ghanaians will come at you right now. So yeah, their food was good, like their check here. Hey, if you're not
Too
following me
good,
on Instagram,
too good.
please. In
Go
fact,
and
follow
follow
us
us.
on Instagram because we are really sharing our experiences. And
Go and follow
so
us.
far, so far, I think those are the similarities I have experienced here so far. We've been here for 3 days, so there's more to experience. Definitely, if I experience more, I'm going to come and share my experience. So Nancy says, "Hi Stella, are you Togolese aware?" I thought you were Ghanaian Ewe because we Ghanaian Ewes don't speak French. Oh, Nancy, that is very, very true. But for the fact that our hometown is very close to Togo, it should give us a reason to understand French, which we don't. And
We try.
We try, yes. So somebody mentioned earlier that because we are very close to Togo, we should have been able to speak French, but we didn't get a chance. We didn't take French serious. So we are in the same percentage as people who didn't make it.
Sorry, I'm spoiling your video.
Yeah. So far, yeah. Kwamina says Sama Diswa. Samadiswa, what does it mean? Simo, what does Samadiswa mean? Samadiswa. Yeah. Samadiswa. Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday evening.
Come again?
Saturday evening. It means more like when you go
Like Saturday evening. Oh, okay. Kwabina says Samadiswa. Oh, I just learned a new French word. Samadiswa. It means Saturday evening. So Samadiswa. Yeah. Atta Kojo says, hi Chaneli, I love your videos. You and other girls from Ghana. Your content are awesome. Kisses to you. I love you so much. Thank you so much for the love and support. Please, if you are joining my live stream for the first time, kindly give this video a thumbs up. And if you are seeing this pretty face for the first time, kindly subscribe and like and share. And I have a lot of videos, over 200 videos since I started YouTube. Please check any of them out, yeah, and watch any of them. Show me some love and share my videos with friends. I can see about 25 people here. Please give this video a thumbs up. Let's have like 25 likes on this video. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ata Kwajo. I love you so much. Push says, hey Charlie, hey, push we care. Hey. Okay, so if you are just joining my live stream, I've been sharing my experiences here in Cote d'Ivoire, and so far so good. Okay, so I spoke about a lot of people, like about 90% of people speaking French. You barely get like about 10% of people speak English. And then one thing I would also advise is for somebody like me who doesn't speak French, try and get a SIM card immediately you come. And don't get it at the airport because it's very expensive at the airport. Try and get it, or try and get a local. Our Uber driver got it for us, and I think it was way cheaper. How much did we get it? Sengsan, yeah. We got it for Sengsan, which is about 500.
That's 500 CFA.
500 CFA, yeah.
That's like
Sengsan. Yeah. And then most of the things have been Sengsan. Our Uber has been Sengsan. Most of the petty things. Oh.
The petty things are Sengsan. Uber is 4,300.
4,000. That's what million.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, my French is so terrible. I'm so sad. I'm so sad that I don't. She's even doing better because she's speaking better than me. Like mine is so bad though. Hey. But then it's good we came together, and so far it's been amazing. Hi Stella, how are you? Your videos are nice. I'm from India, watching you now. Oh, thank you so much, Crazy Boy Ass. Hey, did you say no? Crazy Boy SSS. And thank you so much for the love and support. I really appreciate you, and much love to you all. Please, if you're watching this video for the first time, please give this video a thumbs up and subscribe and share. I'm sharing my experiences right here in Cote d'Ivoire. Now, I think I'm done with my experiences. Please let me know if you have any question for me. This live stream is going to be a very, very short one. I'm going to be ending my live stream soon. I came here with my friend, and she's eating pizza without me. But then, yeah, if you have any question, please kindly let me know. I'm going to end the live stream in 10 minutes. Yeah. Hey, love your sad smiling face. Hi. Oh, I really, really appreciate you for the support, the love, and all that. And then one thing I've also noticed since I came is, okay, I think I already shared that the whole Abidjan is surrounded with water. So anywhere you pass, you like kind of see water, water, water everywhere. This is another flavor. You can try it. It's nice. So yeah, it's been amazing. I can't wait to like share all my experiences here with you. This Airbnb I'm currently in, it's very nice. It's very, very nice. I will definitely show you all. So since we have no more questions, I'm going to end the live stream. All right, I have some questions. Hey, Junior says, love watching you from Spain. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for the love, Junior. I really appreciate you. Genevieve says, hey, Stella, can't wait for the content from Ivory Coast. Oh, I can't wait to start editing them. I don't know, but do you guys want me to like be editing as like on the go, or I should wait till I come back and then edit and then post? Because I feel like there's more to create while I wait with the editing, because the editing takes time. I can spend like 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours on one video before it goes up. So let me know what you think. Like, how should I go about it? Genevieve Debbie is a YouTuber. Kindly show her some love. Show her some love. She's a YouTuber from Ghana. And hi, Debbie. Atakwaje says, yes, why didn't you come to other crazy friends from Ghana? You all together are fun. So I mean, you know how planning trips are. We actually planned with about 4 people, and then last minute everybody just dropped. It's very easy for people to say, oh, I'm not coming. Like, I don't know whether it's a Ghanaian thing that like they always just give you that vibes, and so it doesn't mean you shouldn't come. If my friend had not come, I would have still come alone. I'm very spontaneous like that, and once I have taken my leave days, I have to make it work. So yeah, that's why yeah, that's why. So Attack says, can you post unedited? No, I can't post unedited because it's the videos are in pieces. If you all know, I vlog with my GoPro. Most of my vlogs are this with this camera, and so the videos are in bits because I don't vlog a long vlog. Like, I don't vlog continuously. I vlog in bits, like small, 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 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 60 seconds. Then I add all of them together, and then I make it stylish, just as I feel it will be pleasing to the eye. So I can't post them unedited. Yeah. Jeremy says, oh no, enjoy your moments. We are back again if you can edit. When you are back in Ghana, you can edit. Okay. I think that's a good idea. Just enjoy your stay, then edit for us later to enjoy Cote d'Ivoire through your channel. Oh, I really can't wait. Thank you so much for the love, Yvonne. So I think this is going to be my last comment. Okay. I got some comments. JC says, what airline did you fly with from Accra to Abidjan, and how much was the cost? Okay, I shared it earlier. I came with I'm here. Yeah. So I came with Emirates, and I got a ticket for $410, which was about 2,870 something. It was less than 3,000 Ghana cedis. That's how much I spent for the tickets, for a return ticket. Then I had to I had to do a COVID test, which cost me 300 Ghana cedis at the airport. You know, Emirates have specific places you can do your COVID test. So I couldn't have done my COVID test anywhere else apart from the airport and I think some other hospitals. So it cost me 300 cedis for the ticket. But guys, you know how I'll be very open about how much I'm spending, everything. This entire trip like this, I've budgeted $400, and I don't expect to exceed more than that. And I'll definitely share if I do exceed. Yes. So far, I think we are beyond. We are just within budgets. Yes. So that's the airline. I came with Emirates. It said, Atta says, I got you. It says, when are you coming back to Ghana? After 8 days, I'll be in Ghana. Yes. So yeah, I want to say thank you so much for. Hey, I want to say thank you so much for watching, joining my live stream. Kindly show me some love by giving this video a thumbs up. And I want to say I love you all. I really appreciate the love and support. This is my total experience here so far, my first impressions here in Cote d'Ivoire, specifically Abidjan. I hope you enjoyed watching this live stream just as I enjoyed coming here okay, so come and blog in USA. Okay guys, so my highest viewers are from the US, like, and I really would love to come to the US, but then I don't have a visa yet. So when I do, if you also want to give me an invitation, please, my hands are open. I'll definitely come if I get the chance. I want to say thank you all so much for joining. The hair part, I know, right? She was making noise. I had to say, hey, who you did it? I want to say thank you all for joining my live stream. I love you all. And to everyone watching this video, I'm blowing you kisses. Kisses from Cote d'Ivoire. I love you all. Godfrey says, good input. I love you. Thank you so much, Godfrey. I love you all. We'll get you an invite. Please do. Please do. My WhatsApp number, it's in my description box. Please send me a WhatsApp. Let's talk. Bye-bye. I love you all. I'm ending the live stream now. I love you. Oh, this is a nice comment. I'll get you an invite. Sweet. So sweet of you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Father. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year. I hope you are doing well. Thank God.
Thank you for coming. I'm very grateful.
We are grateful.
Honored to have you today.
Thank you also for allowing us to come.
I'm very honored and grateful to you. So thank you. See, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I'm grateful. We hope to have a nice conversation today. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the all-new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. And what a way to kick off this season as we speak to no mean of a personality than Reverend Father Andrew Campbell, the man known as the Leper's Priest. He tells us a story of how he found his way to this West African country and all the beautiful stories 50 plus years here in these beautiful countries. What is a story? Do you know about all of it? We have it all right here on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll bring you all of the details right after this. We begin our story with a man who introduces himself as Dr. Joyce Aye's twin, even though they were born in opposite sides of the world.
My name is Father Andrew Patrick Joseph Nilante Campbell. I was born on the 27th of March 1946. It was a Wednesday. And just by coincidence, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, she was born also on the 27th of March 1946. So we see each other as twins, except she was born at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was born at 5:30 in the evening, so she's older than me.
From far back in Ireland, Reverend Father Andrew Campbell speaks of the family he was privileged to be born into and why leaving them was the hardest decision.
I was born into a very, very happy family. I had a brother, Martin, but he died when he was a baby. I have 2 sisters, but one was killed in an accident just 3 months after I came to Ghana. Yesterday was her anniversary, which was 50 years anniversary, yes, of her death. And she was a year older than I. So she died on the 11th of January, 1971. And then I have another sister who's younger than I, just 1 year younger than me. She's at home with our 2 daughters who are married, also with children. So there were 4 of us: Martin, Margaret, Deirdre, and myself, and then Mommy and Daddy. And we were the happiest family. I can honestly say that the hardest thing for me coming to Ghana was leaving my family. Leaving a happy, loving, caring family. I had a wonderful mother. I had a wonderful father. And I thank God for their great example, their love. I never saw them fight. I never saw them argue. Never, never. You know, if they did it in the room on their own, but not in front of us children. They never. They were always. I mean, they were in love with one another. That's how I saw it. My daddy would come home from work on a Friday. He was paid on a Friday, and he would just take out his money from his pocket and put it on the table. He says, "Here's my wages. Now, what's our expenses? What's our expenses?" So they'd work out the expenses to see, you know, how they covered this, that, and the rest. They shared everything.
He tells us an interesting story about how his parents met and how his mother ended up in the convent, albeit shortly.
My mother was a very religious person. When she finished school, she went into become a pork butcher. All her family were pork butchers, the whole family. All my aunts and my uncles, my grandfather and all of them, they were all pork butchers. And my mother, of course, became a pork butcher. So she was in the shop selling pork, you know. And that's where she met my father. My father was living near the shop, and he must have been coming there to buy meat, and he met her. And obviously, he asked her out, and they were dating one another. For how long, I don't know. I never asked my father these questions. I should have, but I didn't. But they were dating for a while. And then one day my mother said to my father, "I have a feeling God is calling me to be a reverend sister." And I don't know what my reaction was from my father, but my mother actually left for the convent, the Sacred Heart Convent. And you know, ever since that time, I've got a strong devotion to the Sacred Heart. My mother joined our congregation just for 3 months, because after 3 months her health broke down and she came out. But she was 3 months in the convent as a postulant of the Sacred Heart Confraternity. And that, for her whole life, she inspired us with devotion to the Sacred Heart. Our home was consecrated to the Sacred Heart. We had always had the red light of the Sacred Heart burning, you know, in our hallway. The big picture of the Sacred Heart. So she always gave us her devotion. The Sacred Heart will take care of you. So when she left the convent, who was there ready to meet except my father? So they started dating again and got married. And I can honestly say, my mother was a wonderful person. She loved cooking. She baked beautiful cakes and apple tarts, and you know, also she just loved it. And she was always helping people, always assisting people, no matter what she was. She'd go to the church in the morning on our bicycle. There was always a basket on the front of our bicycle, and she would ask the neighbors, "Can I buy things for you? Anything you want down at the shops?" And she would do that. She was so caring and so loving, and always thinking of other people. My father too was also a very caring man. He did a lot of work in the Legion of Mary, and he used to visit old people every week and bring them out for parties and one thing or the other. He was also very, very caring and sharing in every way. So the two of them, my mommy and my daddy, had a wonderful family.
Tragedy, however, struck his home and took away one of his dear sisters, and 50 years on, he never forgets.
we weren't well off because nobody in our family went to secondary school except me. I was the only one who went to secondary school. My sisters didn't go to secondary, they went to primary school, and my eldest sister, she died and she was working, and it was a tragic death. She was on the back of a motorbike, and the car came and knocked her down. The boyfriend survived, he's alive, he got married again. And I don't think, I can't forget my sister. She took over when my mother died, and she cared for us in our family. She was such a loving, loving, loving person. I could even remember just her, on the 11th, it was just her 50th anniversary, so I can never forget Margaret for her love and care. So that was the family I came from. And we had prayer every evening. Mommy would take the rosary beads out and say, right, time for rosary. Turn off the radio. We had no television in those days. No television, no telephone, no car. We were just an ordinary family. So she would take out the rosary beads and give everybody the rosary. We'd all grab a chair and kneel behind a chair, and we'd pray the rosary together, because we always said the family that prays together will stay together. You never left our house without her blessing you. She had a holy water font on the side of the door, and she blessed everybody going out. She took us to Mass every morning. Every morning she took the children to Mass, and I'll always remember that. After communion, we'd all be kneeling down, my two sisters and myself would be kneeling down, and then Mommy would come back from communion. And one thing I'll always remember about her, she kissed every one of us after communion. Now, I must have been about 4, and my eldest sister was 5, and my younger sister was 3, because we hadn't made our first communion. And Mommy would come back from communion, and she would kiss each one of us. And I wondered, why would she kiss us? Why? And it was her way of sharing Jesus with us. She received Jesus in communion. Now she wanted to share Jesus with us. And she would just kiss each one of us. It was a wonderful, wonderful gesture. Even the prayers, she prepared me for my first communion, because I made my communion when I was 6 years of age. I was in primary school. So I was only 6 years of age when I made my communion. And who prepared me was my mother. Even the prayers I say today, and I'm 51 years a priest, the prayers I say after communion every day at Mass is what my mother taught me. So to me, my family were everything to me. They taught me everything, and they gave me all that love and that support.
While he had a happy home to grow in, little Andrew Campbell did not entirely have an easy life.
When I was 13, things weren't easy at home. I remember times going to school with big holes in my shoes, and I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. And we'd stick a piece of cardboard in them, and I'd go to school with cardboard in my shoes. Or I'd have a patch in my trousers. We couldn't afford a new pair of trousers. Things were difficult. It wasn't easy for my mommy and my daddy. As I say, nobody went to secondary school. I was 13 when I finished primary school. And that's when my father says, Andrew says, we cannot afford to send you to secondary school. It'll cost £10 a year. We haven't got it. Go and work. So at the age of 13, I went to work in a wholesale grocer's on the back of a truck. And I did that for 1 year. We worked for a Jew man. It was very strict. 8 o'clock in the morning you start work. I'd go to Mass at 7:30, then come to work at 8 o'clock. And you work from 8 to 6 every day for 30 shillings a week. And I'd bring that money home to my daddy and say, Daddy, here's my money. Every week we got paid on a Friday. I gave it to Daddy. Here's my money. And he gave me 2 and 6 pocket money out of that. And that went on for 1 year. And then the second year, I was promoted at the age of 14. I was promoted to the shop. And I was behind the counter. And there I was responsible for all the big sales of chocolate, big chocolate boxes, chocolate, cheese, cigarettes, all of these. I was in charge of that at the age of 14. But I still wasn't happy.
Like an inner voice constantly thumping through his heart, He grew up feeling unhappy and sensing that there was something missing in his life that he needed to resolve.
Something was calling me and said, look, this is not for you. It's not for you. So at the age of 15, I applied to the Divine Word to the junior seminary over in England, and I wanted to be a priest. And I always felt that calling, that God is calling me to be a priest. When I was in primary school, I used to read these magazines, you know, on missionaries going out to various countries in Africa and Philippines and different countries. And I always had that feeling, God is calling me to share the gospel with others. And that's where it started. That's when the seed was sown in primary school. So when I was working for those 2 years, I wasn't happy. I said, this is not for me, you know. And I applied and I got entrance into the junior seminary over in England. And I was there, I did my O-levels, I did 3 years, I was over there. I prepared for my coming to the major seminary. So at the age of 18, then that's when I applied for the major seminary. But every holiday I worked. I worked supermarkets, sweeping floors, putting food on shelves. I worked in a big clothing factory where they take pieces of clothing, you know, from various factories, and you sort them out. This is nylon, this is polyester, this is cotton. I worked in a big shop, you know, huge, big packages of old cloth and the rest. I worked in various places, you know, during the holidays because I had to work. I had to think of the next term. What's happening the next term? I need money for the next term. So we never did extra classes at home, never. You always went to work, whether it was a long vacation or whether it was Christmas time, it didn't matter. You went to work to bring money in. And I worked, when I remember when it was 1964, I worked in a supermarket in Dublin, and I was sweeping floors, and I was putting food on shelves. And that's when I applied to join the major seminary, to go along to be a Divine Word missionary, to start my education and my training as a Divine Word missionary, and I've become a novice.
Becoming too clear by this time that he might just miss his opportunity to go to the seminary, all that was left for the young Andrew was a miracle. And a miracle did he get.
I was working in the shop, downstairs in the storeroom, and sweeping and cleaning and the rest. And I had to get a long list of clothing and others to go to the seminary. And I said, what am I going to do? I don't have any rich grandfather. I don't have any auntie or uncle that can give me money. I don't have that. I don't have anybody. I had to buy shoes, suit, shirts, underwear, all of these. But I managed. One or two people gave me, here's a pair of new shoes for you, here's some socks for you, such and such. So they helped me out. But I was left with black cassocks, 3 black cassocks. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have the money. Mommy and Daddy didn't have the money. My grandparents were all dead. So what do I do? So I said, Lord, you want me to be a priest? Please, you help me. And that's when a letter came in to the postman, brought a letter, put it into the letterbox. And then there was a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, this was August 1964. Dear Mr. Campbell, please accept this gift. It was a £10 note, exactly what I needed to buy my 3 cassocks. Please accept this little gift as a gift from me and my children. I pray you'll be a holy priest and a good priest. Pray for me and my children. Signed, Donor. Who the donor is, I don't know. I don't know. You're going back to 1964. 64. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody in my family would have a £10 note. Nobody. And I said, who is it? I guess I have to wait till I go up there before I find out who it was to be able to say thank you. But whoever it was I'm most grateful that he went out of the way. And £10 was a lot of money in those days. So with that £10, I went and bought my 3 black cassocks, got ready for the seminary, and on the 8th of September 1964, I said goodbye to my family. He says, now I'm off to the major seminary. And I spent 2 years in novitiate in the west of Ireland.
His journey to becoming a fully fledged priest had taken flight, and the next major thing for him after his training was his journey to this West African country, Ghana. How he got here is an interesting story, and he shares it with many smiles.
At the end of 2 years, you took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And during those 2 years, it was quite strict, quite strict. We talked for the first time of the day at 10 minutes to 11 in the morning. And you talked for 10 minutes. And then all meals were silence, except tea. Tea was 15 minutes you could talk, and then it was silence. We had a lot of silence, time of prayer, time of conferences. Every day we had football. I was on the football field every day. Whether it was raining or snowing, whatever it was, the group of us were always cross-country running. I used to do cross-country running. All these things we did. And that was for the 2 years that I trained to be a novice and prepare for my first vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In our second year, we started philosophy. So we started philosophy, and then the second year, novitiate, and the third year I was there, I did the second year of philosophy. And then I went to Dublin, to the major, since a very big major seminary in Dublin called Maynooth. And there were hundreds and hundreds of clerical students have been trained there for the priesthood. So I went there for 4 years and did my theology and got my degree from the seminary. And every long vacation, you had a choice. You could go and work wherever you wanted to work. No, we didn't do pastorals. So the first year I went to work as a welder, and a welder in a big factory in London. The second year I said, no, I want to work in a hospital. So I applied for a hospital in Liverpool. And I went to Liverpool and I worked as an auxiliary male nurse. I had my uniform, a nice uniform with trousers, all white. So everybody thought I was a nurse. I hadn't got a clue about nursing. I didn't know. But we did our best. And I worked in the medical ward. I worked in the urological ward. I didn't even know what the word urological meant when he said, Mr. Campbell, you're going to the urological. To the what? The urological ward, I remember that. And even I got to know some of the people very well there. They were so good, so good. And then the third year, I went and also went back to the same hospital, and I worked there in the outpatients department and the emergency. It was right beside the docks, the Liverpool docks, and people coming in with all sorts of injuries. Some of it was awful. And then the fourth year, I was ordained a priest. And I was ordained a priest on the 20th of December, 1970. There were 3 of us in our class. There were 15 in the class, and there were 3 of us. We were only 24 years of age, and that's young. You don't get ordained until you're at least 25. So my superiors had to write to Rome and get permission for us to be ordained at the age of 24. We were ordained at the age of 24. And of the 3 of us, 1 is gone to heaven, and 1 is back in Ireland, and I'm here. The rest, we scattered all over. Some went to India, some went to Kenya, some went to South America, but the 15th scattered. And I miss my class, because I have no classmates to talk to. No classmates to talk to, unless I go home to Ireland, there's 1 or 2 there. And then I came to Ghana.
An Irishman in the hot climates of Ghana. Tough as it was, he explains how the love from the people of Osu got him grounded.
I left Liverpool on the 1st of October, and I took the Elder Dempster line, the Oriole, the boat. I took that boat on the 1st of October, 1971. The reason why I came to Ghana, when I applied to the Divine Word Missionaries, I wanted to come to Africa. And with the Divine Word Missionary Congregation, Ghana was the only country they were working in. Now we're working in many, many, many countries in Africa, many countries. But at that time, it was the only country. That's why I applied for Ghana. And you're given a choice. You know, you're told, give three choices, first, second, and third. I got my first choice, which was Ghana. And I came with another priest. Two of us came on the boat. On the high seas, we came on the boat, 13 days on the high seas, right through the Bay of Biscay. So we came to Ghana and arrived on the 13th of October, 1971. But the priest that came with me, after 3 or 4 months, he said, no. He said, this life is not for me. So he left. He left and went back to London and became parish priest in London. He did very well there, and I stayed here. And just at that particular time, I got a telegram stating that my sister was killed in a motorbike accident. And that had an awful, bad, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating. So I went back to Ireland, but I missed the funeral. The funeral was in the morning, I arrived in the evening. And that had a devastating, it took a long time for me to get over this. So that's how I came to Ghana. And they were the beginning, the early days here in Ghana. It wasn't easy settling down to the climate. Ireland is cool climate, you know, the rain during the summer is nice summer, but it's never hot like in Ghana. Never hot, and it's a different, Ghana is a different climate completely. The food, I mean, I never heard of fufu before. I never heard of banku. I never heard of, you know, all of these. I never heard of those before. So I had to get used to all of the food, the climate, the people. You know, and it was difficult at the beginning, I must say. I didn't find it easy. And I was assigned to St. Peter's, Osu, for a few months. And when I was assigned, I didn't want to stay in Ghana. I wanted to go back to Ireland. Because I said, no, I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. I knew nobody. And I wasn't happy. My sister had just died. And I was trying to settle down, and I couldn't. So I applied to go back to Ireland. And it was hard. It was hard. But when I went to St. Peter's in Osu, and I took over, the priest there had died, Father Feeney, the Togolese priest, he had died, and I took over the parish there. I loved it. The people, they were so good to me. They won me over. And because of them, you know, I stayed, and I thank God that because of them I'm here today. So I'm very, very grateful to the people in Osu for being so kind and looking after me during those early days. They don't know what they were doing, because they were, it was such a happy community and a loving community, and they won my heart over, and that's why I stayed in Ghana.
The death of his father was a hard one for him, but he says at least he was proud of something in that moment. His wishes were met.
Then I was at, my father died in 1976. I was called home to Dublin, and my father had cancer. My father used to smoke, something I hate. He smoked, and it was too late. He got cancer of the lung. And I was with him right to the very, very, very end. I was with Daddy. He was such a wonderful man, such a wonderful man. He gave me all the encouragement. And the strange thing about my father, you know, he always supported me going away to be a priest. I was the only boy in the family. My little brother died when he was a baby, so I was the only son in the family. And the two of us were always together. We'd go on holidays together, we'd go cycling together. You know, we used to work in the garden together. We used to do all these things together. Sunday we'd cycle over to see Grandma, and then the afternoon we'd go to a football match. But we were always together. Dad was a wonderful person. So when he was dying, I stayed with him right to the very end. So on the 27th of June, it was the only day he spent in bed. The only day and I called the doctor, and the doctor says, there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. So he asked me, he said, Andrew, there's a crucifix behind me over my bed. Take that crucifix and put it in front of me here, which I did. And I still have that crucifix beside me in my own bed here. So take that crucifix and put it, you know, right in front of me. And I went for evening mass, and the parish church came back and said, Daddy, what do you want? Oh, just a bit of bread and a cup of milk. So I brought it to him. When I came back afterwards, then he went into a coma, and he died in my arms. And it was a wonderful experience in the sense that earlier on, some months beforehand, I was upset one day, very upset. And I went to see the matron of the hospital which Daddy was admitted to. And I said to the matron, I said, Matron, my father's dying of cancer. And I said, when I was a seminarian, I've seen people die of cancer. I said, I'm scared. What should I do? You know, he's the next room to me. So I was in one room, Daddy the next, and my sister and husband in the next room. I said, what happens if during the night he takes bad? What do I do? I don't know what to do. And I was really worried. And the matron said to me, Father, look, you don't worry. God will take care. God will take care. And here was a nurse, a nursing sister telling a priest, you know, God will take care. She was giving me counsel. Oh, I'll never forget that. Then I went to the church. I said, God, okay, you win. You win. I argued with her. I said, you've taken my brother. You've taken my mother. You've taken my sister. Now you want to take my father. Why? Why? So I argued with him and argued with him. In the end, I said, oh, God, you win. You win. It was hard. It was hard. And I said, God, I want two requests from you. Number one, that when Daddy is dying, I want to be with him. Number two, he has no pain. I've seen patients die of cancer in pain. And I wanted to be with my father when he died. That 27th of June, 6 o'clock in the evening, when Daddy took bad, I was with him. He died at 7. There was nobody else with him. I was on my own with him. He had no pain. He just went into a coma and gradually went off quietly. And it was beautiful death, as if I'd taken him to heaven, as if I'd gone there and come back. And I must say this, Richard, since that experience, I have never been afraid of death. You know, it taught me something, there's something, life after death, there's something special there. And as if there was that happy feeling, you know, that Daddy's gone to a place where there's no cancer, where there's no pain, there's no hospital, there's no suffering. And I felt happy for him. And I sat there with him, holding in my arms. There was no crying. I just said, Daddy, you've gone to where you were made for. And I held him in my arms. And then the neighbors came in and started crying, then I left him. But I always remember that. That was at 1976. I came back to Ghana.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Your Chelsea bid. What's the latest on it?
The latest, actually, at the moment, my lawyers and the financiers have advised me to hold on a little bit on it because we submitted about 18 billion bid to the Chelsea. 18 billion pounds. Yes, this is what we show. This is what we send it for our asset and the destiny. But you see, we have seen not only a business in buying the Chelsea, we also have seen a politics in it, you know, because the government has seized the assets of Abramovich, and at the moment, Abramovich, when the lawyers met them, my lawyers met them, the Abramovich was saying that the Chelsea owes him 1.5 billion. So what it means is that it's not only about 3 billion. It means that it's 3 billion plus 1.5 billion. So in the reality, you cannot benefit. In the reality, if and so it means that it's going to be about 4.5 billion US dollars. And buying a team is not only paying money, it's about how you are also going to spend to sustain the team. And you know, Abramovich have hold this team about 19 to 20 years now. So if you are going to pay about 4.5 to 6 billion, in the reality, in the business sense, the lawyers and the financiers has told me that we should hold on for a little bit and see how the government and this thing will go before we also will come back to show the appetite in it again. So at the moment, this is how the lawyers have. But nevertheless, I want to take this opportunity to thank Ghanaians, thank the whole Africans, you know, who and the world who supported this bid. I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody.
Chairman, I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate. Let's just imagine the Chelsea bid doesn't go through. Do you have another team in mind you might likely like to buy?
At the moment, that is why I said now, per the calculation and per the advisors, how they are telling us, at the moment, we will wait, but we will bring something on time to the world for them to know our next step. That is why I also mentioned the African Billionaires Consortium also to the world.
That without the 50.1 billion for the exceptional items of the financial sector, the energy, and COVID, Ghana's debt to GDP would have been about 68% instead of the current 80% that it is. Because of COVID-19, the GDP growth was virtually zero in 2020, and this is bound to increase the debt to GDP ratio, other things equal, with a lower base. Now to the question of what projects and programs government has to show for the higher debt. Some loan agreements underpinning the external debt stock are shown in the table that you are looking at. And we have, and I present in this document that I will make available, all the external debt loans that we have contracted. And you will see that projects that we have undertaken over these last 5 years, from the loans that we have borrowed, you'll see that we borrowed money to build the University of Environment, Science, and Sustainable Development in Somanya, right? We borrowed the money, contracted the loan. That is part of our debt stock. The Pokwasi interchange is part of our debt stock. The Tema Impakadan Railway is part of our debt stock. The debt borrowing for Kumasi Airport Phase 2 is part of our debt stock. Tamale Airport is part of our debt stock. Obechebi Lamte Interchange is there. We borrowed money for polytechnics and technical and vocational training centers, construction of bridges, the secondary cities program, the modernization and equipment of Tetekwashi Memorial, Kibi, Aburi, Etibie hospitals, expansion of the University of Ghana Hospital Phase 2, 50 bridges, the portable water system in Yendi. We also have borrowed money for the expansion and rehabilitation, and expansion of the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital, modernization of Komfo-Anochi Teaching Hospital, the construction and commissioning of a portable water infrastructure project in Tamale, Pong generating and retrofit, Eastern Corridor, so many projects that we have, and I'll leave them for everybody to go through. So many projects across. So we can account for our use of the resources that we have borrowed. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think I've not seen any government that has presented this data to the public to see where your loans have gone. I don't know any government that has done that.
In this edition of BizTech, we learn about generational wealth and the need to have multiple streams of income. Managing Director of Ame Finance Academy, Des Ame, and life coach Michael Lejay are our guests.
It's so important that we have money that's working for us rather than we're working for money.
You know, being an entrepreneur is like what we've been speaking about, your ability to be able to leverage, create a business, you know, that will be working for you.
Is to have a good life insurance policy. This is something that's very important.
Be passionate about the field that you're in. Number two, I would say write it down. In that field, there is always something to learn.
Everything starts with knowing exactly what we want.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Right there.
Losing someone dear to you can be very traumatizing. It's an experience a lot of people have never recovered from. The pain, anger, sadness, shock, and fear comes to play all at once. A lot more die in grief and depression. But while there is no rule on how to mourn a partner, can a society worsen the situation? When is the right time to bounce back and find love again? On this episode of Moons and Cuddles, we take a look at losing a partner and finding love again. I am Paula Amabroni. My guests are ready. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. So today's topic, I've got interest in it because at the age of 12, my father died and it was a big blow to me. I watched my mom go through the grieving process and then it wasn't easy. A lot more people have suffered same, but the thing has got to do with moving on after the death of the partner, because they say until death do us part. So a lot of people feel like, okay, you're moving on, it was too quick, you find love, sometimes it's hard to forget your partner. A whole lot of unanswered questions when it comes to the death of a partner and moving on. So today, my guest and I are going to discuss how to go through the grieving process, how best society can help, and you as the victim, if I should say, when is the right time to know that, of course, I've healed, and when moving on to the next relationship, I'm not going to affect the innocent person who is just coming in to love me and be with me and support with me, or support me throughout the journey. So to me, seated on my couch today to do the discussion, I must say I'm honored to have counselor and life coach, Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Paulina.
You look like my father. There's a whole lot to which I don't really want to talk about. The reason more I like you and connect with you, you look like my father.
Then God is sending me to you. Or you have seen the quasar father of yours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So pick a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Daddy, Uncle.
Right, whichever way.
Yeah. And I have here with me also Abba Sechiwa. Abba is the host of Urban Cross on Home Base TV. Abba is my classmate way back in GIJ. I love her. She's one hard-working woman and doing a lot for herself. Abba, good to have you on my couch.
I'm super excited to be here.
You're glowing.
Oh God, by the mercies of God.
God has been good. All right. So today, as topic, as we discussed, I told you earlier, we're just looking at the ways how best you can move on after the death of a partner, because there's a whole lot, the pain, the grief, the anger. Sometimes you are just angry. It's been 15 years. I lost my dad. I could just imagine if he was a partner. And sometimes I get angry, like really, Father's Day, I cannot even stand it. It's a whole lot. A lot of people don't know how to handle grief and then the loss of a loved one or family. So Uncle Edumata, I want to find out, can someone ever fully recover from the death of a spouse?
Thank you so much, and greetings to your viewers. But prior to the details of your question, I want to make this analogy. If all of us know what we are in marrying, we will be able to understand what we are in. Because we don't know what we are marrying, that is why we are marrying. So anybody who gets into the marriage terrain is prepared to embrace all the unseens. And when the unseen become unseen, that is marriage. So the loss of a partner, nobody sort of will think and dream about it, but it will happen. If it does happen, Mom, you ought to move through to 3 stages. The first stage is availing yourself to accept it. That it has happened. There is nothing you can do. He or she is no more. Accept it. And it will take you a while. Accepting it is the hallmark of your renewal. If you deny it, you pretend and you fake your whole demeanor for the entire marriage or after the marriage. Then, when you accept it, you come to where you are now going to face the real you. So as you were talking, you never accepted the fact that Daddy is gone. But it is when you have settled to the point, then the real you will come. I call it the you in you. You should always seek for the you in you. That is where you hit yourself and say, hey, this is who I am. If you don't get to that level, you'll still be living in denial. Then from there, you can now move in developing the tomorrow of you. So it's a whole process. But when it comes with a shock. It comes with I least expected this. It comes with what next? It comes with what is really going to happen? How am I going to even live my life? So you live in some kind of a wishy-washy sort of situation of your life. But you see, that is what makes you a human being. But again, when this thing happens and the God factor is not in you, you can become somebody else. So the God factor, as God being the center of you, knowing that it is for a reason that daddy or mommy or whoever had left. You can fight it. You are asking this question because people are fighting with it. Why me? Why not them? Now that I'm about to enjoy my marriage, and then what is happening? When you start doing that, you'll be living in serious denial. It's a shock. Nobody sort of dreamed to have that. But it has happened. And I will say this, and I'll say it also here, that there is nothing that happens that there is no reason. There is always a reason for something to happen. Now, we being human beings, our role is to search for that reason. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you new. If it has not happened, you will see the ingenuity in you. It is as a result of the thing that had happened that is making you innovative. You start. If Abba was here, I would have done it. Now Abba is not here. What do? You start. Become innovative and become creative. And you tend to come to a point and realize that, hey, hey, after all, it's good. Oh, now I've understood. When you get to that stage, that is where you are living your life. But as to the choice as to should I quickly go in for a new one, it's your prerogative.
All right.
It's your choice. Don't let anybody push you. You were saying earlier that, oh, somebody was just in there and almost 2-3 weeks, he has gone for another one. It might be that it was hanging. And so he was just waiting for
the right
a lead word and a bump.
Because some people, to some partners, at their point of death, they're like, they make you promise that, see, no matter what, you're going to move on because they know they are gone. Some people will tell you that, those who have the time, maybe it's out of sickness and all that. But about someone will say, I lost a husband, I lost a wife, it hasn't been a year, maybe it's been years, but we all say it's easier said than done. When you are faced with it, you know you're God, you're a Christian, you know that there's life after death, but you've been hit with this reality. How would you go through the process? Counselor had said that, but from your point of view as a woman, how would you go through the process?
Okay. So first and foremost, I might say that I'm really excited to be here with Counselor.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in the reception and I saw him walking, I'm like, God, you have a way you do your things and you show off. And that's just what I was saying when I was sitting there and I just took my eyes off. I'm like, I'm just praising God right where he is. So the truth is that the Bible says that all things work for the good of them that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. So sometimes, like you were saying, I lost my biological dad 10 years ago. And after, I lost my stepdad. Now, after, you know, once you lose your dad, there's this dad that traditionally from the families, it'd be like, this is your father, so this person will take care of you. So after my dad died, a year after he died, so I had to ask a lot of questions. I'm like, God, why? Because growing up, I didn't get the opportunity to stay with my biological dad. So all this while, I'm like, okay, when I'm getting married one day, I'll let my stepdad know that I'm really appreciative of what he did for me. And now, bam, he's gone. What am I going to do? But it was the knowledge of God in me that saved me. And so if you watch my post on Instagram, on Facebook, every time I keep mentioning Jesus. Because I got to a point in my life where I realized that at that point in time, there was nothing anybody could say to me.
That could heal.
It's at a point, it's like I'm speaking to you and you are trying to say things to calm me, but it is not working. I have been through too much for this thing to happen to me. So at that point, that is when as a Christian, you learn to rest on God. You learn to rest that, like Uncle said, God has a reason why everything happens. Sometimes you don't know it immediately, but after some years, you sit and you're like, okay, so this happened. Not to say that you losing a partner or a relative is good. It has its own, you know, backlashes and all that. But it teaches you. I once told my friend that what experience will teach you, there is no life coach that can teach you. You go through it alone. And so if you watch even people who are divorcees, when they tell you something like, why are you saying this with so much passion? The person has gone through it. You understand? And so first and foremost, how to deal with it, have a good cry. Scripture says that, and Jesus wept. And there's a difference between weeping and crying. There's a difference. Have time. If it's your room, your couch, sit on it and cry. Like, mourn properly and don't pretend about it. Oh, I'm fine. You can have a whole lot of things going on with a lot of things going on with you. Have a good cry. Cry till you know that, oh, I think now it's okay, and you know, you understand, because at that point there's nothing anybody can tell you. And as to you going for another partner there and then, Uncle said he leaves it to you, but I'm saying
yeah,
really,
we'll delve more into
really?
that. But recently, was last year in August, my childhood friend, she lost her father, and I called her. I told her, I know a lot of people have told you, you'll be fine, it takes time. But take it from me, you know I also lost my father. And I just put in 1 or 2 words, and I told her time will heal. For now, she should just mourn and let herself go and all that. Usually when someone is in that state, when you lose your husband or wife, it seems like everybody has got to say. And then when you mourn them in your own way, maybe at a time you don't even want to eat, you don't want to hear anything, you just want to be alone. Everybody thinks that they've got to say that, okay, this is how best you can do it. But you are not me, I am not you. How best can family, friends, and even the society at large help someone who is going through that difficult time?
Paulina, I would say, when it happens like that, almost everybody wants to show how close they are to you. Everybody wants to feel a certain vacuum that you cannot have. And so they are not more or less imposters, but they are trying to say that we are still with you, quote unquote. But that is why there is a hearing and listening. So who do you hear? Who do you listen? So you will hear all of them, but you should have those you will listen to.
Okay.
This is where you need to draw your line. And this one calls for real maturity and wisdom from God. Because if you're going to listen to everything, you get confused. That is why if you're not careful, you fight them. You raise your voice. You do those things. But choose who you listen to and choose who you hear. The hearing, everybody will say it to soothing you. But which one do you listen? And that is where you pick your choices from.
All right.
If you don't do that, you will always become like, look at what she's doing. Look at what he's doing. We are empathizing with you, sympathizing with you. Look at the way you are behaving. They will ward you off.
So, Uncle, at that time, when someone is just don't know how to control their emotions, should you step back a bit? And how understanding can you be? Because some people don't understand, like, okay, you cannot do this alone. You want to help.
Contain. That is why you're doing the listening. All right? Sorry, the hearing. But contain it. You see, when it happens like that, you start warding people off. They get hurt.
Yeah.
Because they want to get closer to you, to lift you up a bit. But you are giving a different interpretation to it.
All right.
And that is why they will say, are you too? All right? So they will also stay back. Then at the end of the day, you become a loner. The only person left. And that your grief compound itself. So contain. And make sure that, oh, they are doing this because they want me to feel they are there, they are around me.
All right.
So you need to be able to condition yourself. You will not hear too many good things. But as I said, sieve through the listening to the hearing proper. That will help you. But that the people around you will always show that we sort of empathize with you. Don't embrace those who sympathizes with you. When you are in grief, be careful.
Right.
Don't always receive sympathy, because much more sympathy deepens your grief. I'm telling you. But then when you empathize with them, it lifts you up. So you told your friend that you also lost your father. Oh, really? So is that how? And you have been able to be able to, oh, wait, then I can also. So you are trying to empathize yourself. Don't receive sympathy. When you do that, you break down.
All right. Well noted. Now, in the case where a woman loses her husband to sickness, maybe sometimes they just don't die. Maybe you go through a lot. You have to be with them, stick by. It's a whole lot. Yeah. Now, from where I come from, as Sanakan, when your husband dies, you're supposed to mourn him, and you have to wear the black cloth for a whole long year. Yes. Now, people have come out to say, see, we are going through a lot. Adding the black clothes wearing every day, it doesn't help with situation. So, Abba, are you in for the whole thing? Should we continue with the 1 whole year, or please, we can breathe in our own way? I can wear my colorful clothes, go to work. Because imagine me coming to work as a journalist all the time, and maybe God forbid, it will happen. But let's say I lost my partner.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And coming to work in black, it doesn't help. It doesn't even uplift me. Imagine me sitting on this set all the time wearing black. It's like you caging the person. Do you think that it's about time we cut short the whole duration of mourning your husband for a year, and then the black cloth things that come with it?
Okay. So formally, I'll say yes. But I came to understand that it has to do with the individual. Because when I lost my dad, my stepdad, my mom was wearing this whole black stuff. In fact, when she got like 8 months, we were like, Ma, now there's been changes. 6 months is fine. And she's like, Debbie, Abba, oh, Papa, no, yeah, they don't met so. So it has to do with that particular person, the individual. Or maybe how you wear with the person will decipher as to whether you wear it for a long time or not. And also, if the person is young, or let's say I'm in a working environment and I'm always coming in black, it sort of raises an eyebrow. People who don't even know would want to know why. And so sometimes they'll be like, oh, I don't want to wear black and blah, blah, blah. But with the individual, probably I want to mourn my husband. People have, you know, diverse ways they do their things. And so they'll say, I want to mourn my husband. I want my husband to know. I don't know if by then, if you are dead, you would know or not. You know, we Africans, we have ways of doing things that are sometimes interesting. So my mom says, oh, I'm going to wear this black because your dad was good to me, blah, 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 blah. But I think after 6 months it's fine. Because at a point, and after my mom wore the black stuff for, I think, a year, all the stuff you wore during that period, you have to dash it out. Because I think it has a way of telling you you are done with the person, you've parted ways with the person, blah, blah, blah. And if you ask me, I'll say I really don't get the link. Like, what's the link between wearing black and showing the person you really love the person? But my mom would say there's someone, I also know of one other young lady who wore it for like 6 months, not because she didn't like her husband, but at a point, like you were saying, she would have to go to work and change her clothes, and sometimes she was tired of it. And so she went to church, and then she performed all the necessary rites.
Well, by the way, when my dad too passed, my sister mourned him by wearing black clothes for a whole year. That's for her dad, not her husband. Yeah.
That's your sister.
So a lot happened. As you said, it depends on how you relate with the person. Right. The conversation is getting very interesting, but as we said, we are looking at ways we can help people who are going through the grieving process, and how best society, friends and family can help such a person. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Kados continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Kados on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabruni. Now,
Paula, I don't want to cut you. I just want to add something to what you asked.
Yeah, before we went on the break.
You see, it's about honoring, and it depends on the relationship you were having before the death.
Okay.
If it was a deep, connected, cleaving sort of moment that the two of you cannot separate yourself, you speak the same language, it's a bit difficult. Because the person still hangs around. The spirit of person hangs around. And it takes a while. Because when I'm calling, it's still hanging to see, have I left properly for you? Is everything all right? Still watching. That is why you do that black thing for the person to realize that I am in mourning. So as to the duration, as he said, it depends on the person in question. But the issue here is that it is honoring and making sure that you are no more with me. That's why you do it for that period. But again, if today technology is coming in and you guys are working and all of that, yes, you still need to do.
Imagine a husband or a wife who was very abusive and who didn't treat you well, absolutely nothing. And then, who said we can say, yeah, Aduma and I say.
I'm not coming back on it. That is what I'm coming there. You see, when the relationship is so solid, that's fine. But where it was, you know, that question mark thing,
everywhere you
that's exactly what they say.
I think scripture, Genesis chapter 38, there was a man in there who was with a woman, his wife. And he didn't, for want of a better word, meet with, in the scripture they use the word meet with his wife properly. And so anytime they meet, he doesn't put the right liquid in the right. So at a point, the Bible says that, and God killed him. If you are in a relationship with your wife, or you both are married, and then, mind you, the Bible says that once you marry, you guys become one. And so if you marry and then you decide, oh, I'm married, but I'm still single, I'm going to do things that pleases only me. Remember, there's a third person in there. It's not just, for we Christians, it's not just two people that marry. It has to do with the third person up there. He really decides what goes in there. So if you are doing something and then it happens that, oh, you've been doing this and then God kills you,
yes, it's true. You see, even at that sort of situation, the relationship being sour, everybody will see. Everybody will see that you are pretending, you are being hypocritical, you are hiding. Everybody will see. Because your real relationship was not real. So you are even rejoicing internally to yourself. So instead of you to go through the 8 months or 6 months, we'll open about 3 months. All these things count, and people watch. And let me tell you, when you are grieving or you are mourning, the eyes that look or watches you have a lot of meaning. So don't think nobody's watching you. Even that small boy, that small girl. Mommy, you're not crying. Mommy, you are eating. Why are they asking those questions?
My mom didn't take meat for, I think, months.
Maria.
But there's some people too, in their grieving process, they just want to eat. Like, they want to eat. So
but you hide it. Not in the eyes of the public. Not in the eyes of the public.
Of course.
Right.
Of course. But then earlier I said that my friend lost her father in August, and I was telling her that, oh, Amma, time will heal.
Yes.
For the moment.
Yes.
But the big question is, does time really heal?
It does.
It does.
It does. And it takes you. It does. It takes you. And it was just a profound thing you said to your friend. You didn't even know the meaning of what you're saying. But that was the best sort of advice anybody could give to her.
It's because you've been there.
Fantastic. You spoke from your inner core. Time. What is time? That thing that tickles, or when there is a new day, it is the period you have. So ask yourself. You can end up your time just right now if you decide. So the time will heal is the decision and the choices you make from now that the thing had happened. That is what it means. So if you want to live longer, it's actually about your decision. So the time you set is not the one that tickles every second, every minute. No, but it is about how you hold on to make sure that, oh, if he couldn't do this, then I will complete it. So you need to make that decision to prolong the time. So it does.
Abba,
profound statement.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So with the whole having to encourage friends, loved ones who are going through the grieving process, with me, it wasn't my father's instance, but then I lost someone very dear to me, and I was crying, and I just didn't know how to go about it. And then someone was telling me that, and it's encouragement.
That's an encouragement.
But then, how the person put it, it was just of course, maybe someone lost a child and you are trying to tell her that, and you can talk about the life after death whole thing. But when is the right time to say what? Because you might be giving me encouragement that, you know, as we say, God give it and he take it. But then at the time that you are saying that, maybe that is not what I want to hear right now. I know God gives and God takes. How can you be measured?
Okay, so the truth of the matter is that sometimes you hear someone speaking, you're like, this person speaks so well, like uncle. I, as a Christian, I would interpret it as it is the spirit of wisdom.
That's right.
There is nothing that you do that, for me, once I accepted Jesus, I know that the power of the highest came and stayed in me, and so I am lives in me. So if I'm about to speak to you regarding a certain issue, I trust the spirit of God in me to say the right thing.
Exactly.
Do you understand? I can't just go and then I start saying certain things, and then at the end of the day I even spoil the whole thing, because I trust that the God in me. That's how come the truth is there is nothing I can say that will make you feel well, unless of course it is given
a message to deliver to that.
Do you understand? And sometimes it's like you winning a soul. You will try and talk to the person, the person will not accept Jesus. But the day you were not prepared, you even said one or two things, the person starts to cry, I want to accept you. I'm like, wait, what did I say to you?
It's not you.
It is the spirit that convicts a man. So if you have somebody who is going through a lot and you really genuinely want to help the person, I think sometimes you just stay somewhere. If it's even for 5 minutes, say, God, tell me what to tell this person. You might not say everything, but you might say something that might touch the person's heart. You, for one, what you told your friend that time heals. You know, maybe it will help her for a while. But after some years, I always say that time is a silent prophet. After some years, it's like, this thing that Paula told me, that was what made me hold on. That was what kept me. So it is not about how prepared I can go and read books and say, okay, I'll read. No. But it is the spirit in the man that speaks to a man.
Again, let me add this to it. You see, the state in which you find yourself with the losing your partner, you need to determine the state. Almost everybody will throw words at you. But how do you stop fighting people? But you should be able to see it the way you want to see it, hear it the way you want to hear it. But if you want to critique what is coming, you fight. So it is you.
As you're saying, you have to like listening and then
you listen. There's a hearing and then the listening aspect of it. So you need to weigh the two. But I always say you are the pivot.
Right.
Don't let them throw things at you and receive them. Block them.
Find strength in you.
Fantastic. And then see how well you can give a good interpretation to yourself.
So I've seen a man mourn his wife, and then it's terrible. He doesn't know what to do. It's like he's totally broken. The kids, how is he going to figure things out? And then there comes the bemensu. Na pick yourself and all of that. In our part of the world, people they just take things for granted. Like, you don't know how he's going to. Forget about his gender, whether he's a man or you see the person as a strong woman. So I want to ask, at that moment, do you request or would you suggest that the person sees a psychiatrist or a psychologist? Or because it's when you hit depression and all that, sometimes it's not all about the words or people who are going to stay with you and all that. So for someone who's watching us and he or she has done everything in their mind, pray about it, take time to grieve, mourn, you just name it, and it's still not working. Should you see a psychologist? Should you see a counselor? Or get help?
Okay, all these are good. But I tell you for a fact that if you should identify who you are, it's a different ball game altogether. You might be mourning, you might be going through a lot of stuff, but there comes a time you pause for a minute and then ask yourself, who am I? What is my purpose? What can I do? How can I overcome this? Because all the people you've mentioned, like Uncle Dumata will always say, fantastic, they are great people. You know, they will help you one way or the other. But it takes two to tango. If Uncle Dumata, he's a coach, and he's like, today we have him here, and he's talking to us. It's the onus lies on you as to whether you accept it or not. It is still you. If you should go to a president, go to a man of God, it is still you. Just sit for a moment and then assess yourself. What do I have in me? Like, really, how can I go about this thing? What can I do about this thing? That's for me is the first step. Really, you have to really know who you are. What can you do? Sometimes, like Uncle Edumata rightly said, you have to know the you in you.
Exactly.
You have to know you. And everybody has you.
Exactly.
Like, you have something in you that nobody knows.
Exactly.
You know, growing up, myself and my brothers, I have 9 brothers. I'm the only lady.
Wow.
And and all my brothers, you ask them, this person wants to be a doctor. This person wants to... My mama asked me, as young as I was, I said, Mommy, I want to talk.
Wow.
She's like, no, but that's what be a kasa. And growing up, I realized that everyone will talk, but when I talk, I realize I have spoken. And it comes from you. And all these things, I can't share some you know, sensitive things here, but there are things that hits you so hard that makes you know who you are. And that's how come sometimes when you are broken-hearted, you realize I do a lot of things within that time. Yeah. I don't know if you have gone through that cycle before. That. You do, you do a lot of things during that time. So in your brokenness stage, sit back and find out who you are.
Great question. Let me add this to it.
All right.
You see, never let shock zap you. Don't get drunk when the unexpected hit you. No! I take you to the Bible, 2 Kings. The woman caught in the Shunammite lady, looking for a baby. All these while met Prophet Elisha. And indeed, he was able to have conceived and had a baby. And years later, the baby dies. Now you meet the same prophet and he's asking you, how are you as a boy? Look at the statement. It is well. Don't let the shock surmount you. Don't let the shock end you. But build what I call the toughness in you. Now you are building the toughness in you because it has happened. But then you still have tomorrow to live.
Right.
Tomorrow will come. What has happened today was at yesterday.
Right.
All right? Yesterday was that day. But tomorrow always comes. So if tomorrow is going to come, then what do? I pause, I analyze, I assimilate, get my grounds well, then I pivot. I use the guy who is the high jumper. The high jumper cannot split if where they step last to move is not solid. So it's always about how well can you fly. It depends on where you're going to stand and pivot yourself.
Right.
So don't let these shocks eat you. It is when it eats you and you cannot actually handle it. That's why you want to see psychologists, and then you realize that even the you in you is dead.
Like,
so that is where it starts from. You know, you not engineering the real being of yours.
but Counselor, you advise that when you've tried everything possible and it's not helping, or you should get help by speaking.
Get
to
help,
yourself,
but the help should come from somebody who is godly sent. It's not anybody. Because people use your vulnerability to zap you and mess you up and put you into something else.
Exactly.
It's there.
Before you realize.
So you need to have a God-sent person to speak to you. And you should also prepare your mind that you will listen to what the person says.
All right. So based on the submissions you made, it all boils down to you, the individual, the person who's going through the grief. Now, we're all looking at ways where we could not forget them, but when we are hit with that reality, how to, you know, go through that process. Now, someone who say in the house, the things that he used, the pictures, everywhere, wherever I pass, I see it. It's always there in my face. At that moment when you are trying to heal and, you know, put yourself or bring yourself, bounce back, that is the word, bounce back, should you do away with the little things that reminds you, like maybe that picture that is hanging there, they say maybe should you do away with it for some time, and then later on when you think that you're back or you're on your foot? Because with me, when I lost a friend very close to me, I found myself going back to read our chat, and then that was like, I was really broken with that. But then I always felt like, okay, I want to keep him up in my mind. But that didn't help. Listen to the song that we used to listen to and all that, it didn't help. So the advice to someone who is going through, should you do away with all the thing, or you might say you are being insensitive because they once lived. Why are you trying to clear them?
Once again, it has to do with you.
Yeah.
Because for me, I have my dad's pictures everywhere. Because seeing that picture reminds me of something I overcame. And so I will keep it. It's different from you going back to the charts. It's like you going back to certain things that will make you feel some way emotionally. But for me, if I'm to see that, that is like, hey, you can do it one more time.
That is after you've gone through, the time has healed though. Now I look at it and I laugh like, yeah. But then, okay.
Yeah, because I still keep them. Because you see, there was a time I went through something that was some way. Now I looked at that paper during that same time, that picture, and I'm like, if my dad is a lion, if my dad is an elephant, then a baby elephant doesn't need a prophecy to tell me I'll be big. That is him there. So it has to do with you. And if you say, I'm going to a whole lot of stuff right now, like Uncle said, and so you are pushing everything away, pushing everybody, pushing his pictures, throwing them away. So after you've healed, will you still go back for them? Like, if really, will you go back for them? Because I remember we couldn't sleep in my dad and my mom's room because we were like, no, and my grandma was like, no, you have to be there. If not, a dynamo be drew. So it's either you face it, like it's not anything you don't face, you go back and you still have to face it. So you have to face it now, or you face it again.
The conversation is getting interesting, but I have to face my break. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Carlos continues. Welcome back. This is Mons and Carlos on GhanaWeb TV. So we are discussing healing or moving on after the death of a partner, and I've been doing this with counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata and Abba Sichua. So Uncle, you said you were going to ask something.
Yes,
too.
you asked the question whether you should do away with all the images and all that. Yes, you can. You can decide not to. But what is of important is look for the good in that person. That's when I say it in Chi. Don't always record the bad deeds, but the picture should recall you of the good deeds. Just like you said, the elephant. If my father is the elephant, then the elephant baby should be able to. So look for the positives. So the pictures can be there, but look for what was good in that person.
Great.
That with all this goodness you couldn't achieve that, I will continue for you. So it challenges you. It shouldn't let you break down. Yeah.
So among Mons and Carlos, we always look for ways to help, because people are watching, they've got life issues that they think that they've tried all their best, but sometimes it's good to hear advice from experts and people who have gone through the process. So now we've spoken about how to heal, how best friends and family can help. We've said when all is said and done. Now, when is the right time to find love again? Because the Bible said, until death do us pass, I fulfilled the part of my vow. You are gone and all that. When is the right time to heal and find love again?
Settle. And I take you to the Bible. Ruth. Naomi's sons went to war and they died. 2 ladies came to the house to marry, Orpah and Ruth. Orpah left because Naomi said, the bare man you want to marry is no more here. She left. But Ruth said, no, you can't dare me. I am staying. Now watch. It is when you get to the point of healing, when you have gone through all the 3 stages I made mention of, accepting the fact, getting to know that this thing is really happening to you, and you having decided to move on, that is when you can decide. It got to a point, Ruth married Boaz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes, as you just said, time will tell. When it comes, get yourself ready. And don't replay the previous. Play forward and the future.
All right.
It should be about yourself. Are you ready? Don't let people push you. Don't let anybody walk you through. No, you yourself. Sure.
To that man or woman who's found love again 4 months after the death of their partner, everybody's thinking, hey, now say how you when you're for free. What would your advice be to people who always have a thing to say in people's life? Or do you think that is so fast? You moved on too quick?
2 things. You see, people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I have problems with them. And also, I have a problem with the one who moved on after 4 months. Because at the end of the day, it is you. The one you are moving on with. At the end of the day, you will get to a point where that person, or probably you start to compare that person with, and the point is you have not healed. You really have not healed to move on. Until you heal, you really should not move on. And the fact that you're a man doesn't exempt you from, pain and all that. I always say that men are way more emotional than women, and people are like, it's not true. It is so true. Until you find that person who makes you really know that, this thing is really true. Guys are really emotional. You see, the thing about guys is they keep it. They don't tell you about it until they have a certain relationship with you. They really don't tell. But it's we ladies that we are very vocal about things. And but a guy is not going to tell you anything. He's just going to make you feel he's got it. So I'm moving on. I'm setting the pace so that every other one that comes after me will know that you have to. No, but in life there are steps. You have to take it slow. You have to relax. You have to make sure you as a person has healed before you join with the other. If not, you are going to worry someone else.
Does the healing take years or months? If years, how many years do you think is healing?
It has to do with you.
Because someone who lost a wife told me he's remarried, right? And he's telling me that it never goes. Once in a while, their thought comes in, and then you don't know how to go about it. It will never go.
It never goes, true. But you get to a point where you can handle it.
You can love someone else, find love in someone else.
You really get to a point where, at a point, like Uncle Dumata said, you have actually matured over that situation, and so you can move on. Until that, you are worrying yourself, and you are wasting a lot of time. Now, with regards to people who have a lot to say about people's lives, I think Uncle Dumata will have to say something if I say that, because I think I need to take a drink. Because that thing, I don't get it. Because you don't know why the person is doing what the person is doing. You don't know why the person is going through what he or she is going through. And then you just conclude, how? Why would you do that? Because assuming I have lost a partner and I have a lot of things. Well, let me tell you one funny thing. My mom, after losing my dad, my mom has a pub. She has a bar. And after losing my dad, I think 6 months or 4 months, she played, after the whole funeral, she played live band at her bar. And then the next morning, I heard my mom crying. So I went to her room and asked her, Mama, then I was to go say. And she's like, people are saying after her husband died, she's doing this, she's doing that. But at that time, my younger brother had to go to school. He was now going to, I think, one had completed SHS, going to the uni, and one was going to SS. What was she supposed to do? That is the work she was doing. So how was she supposed to take it? Or she had to just pause, and then that year, nothing should go on. You see, some of the things people say to people, you really have no idea what it does to them. So do not say it. Just don't say things about, especially if you don't know anything about it. Unless, of course, you're a relative and you really, like Uncle Dumata said, you want to empathize with the person, want to, speak to the person or advise to the person. Don't say things you do not know. I leave it there.
Pauline, emotions kills. It swallows you. It distorts you. It's call for darkness in your life, emotions. But reality is a light. So when all these things are happening, don't play emotional card in here. Because the moment you play the emotional card, you feel, no, you're not ready yet. No, I want to. No. Face reality. I told you earlier that it happened for a reason, it happened for a purpose, it happened for a cause. You are the one to choose these 3 courses. If you're not able to pick them right, you'll be wrong forever. Nobody wished for the one I love to leave me. But it has happened. Right? What were we talking about prior the going? We'll build mansion, we'll do the... Can you still do it when one is not there? That is your challenge.
Go to school like you planned.
Fantastic.
And all that.
That is the reality. But when you sit with emotion clouding you, you'll be late. You'll be back and nobody will be there to sort of be with you. You are late because you have allowed emotions to cloud you. Face reality. Until you see Yesu, you prepare yourself. And now be told obi adia to ne and only see unifa. Now the told you know, but some idea to be up to you. That is a wisdom in there. It has happened. I've seen it. I am making it. Next time I know what to do. So don't let emotions cloud you. When these things happens to you, but face reality.
So most instance, because when my dad died, I was young then, but as young as 12 years, I didn't like the idea of my mother even having another man to look at my mom. Or even have to
jealousy.
Call someone my stepdad. Now I'm much older. I've been open to certain things, so I think I'm not going to be a hindrance to my mother's happiness. But a lot of kids hate the whole stepmother, stepfather idea, and even when their parents remarry, they find a way to frustrate that new person. Now, what are some of the reasons that cause people to remarry? Because someone will say, you know, the kids are so young. A man will say the kids are so young, you know, friends will come, family will come, but I need someone, a woman in my life to take care of my kids. A woman too will say, see, I need that manly figure. I can't be all alone. I'm too young and all that. What are some of the reasons why people do?
Let me say this before Abba comes.
Okay.
We are all growing, right?
Yeah.
But I will speak from a grown-up, what a grown-up told me. Says, Kweku, but we hear Obia Unjao. That's the word the man told me, and I cried. All right, this is a great man. But 60, 70, 80, you need a companion. It is not when we marry that we need a companion. It is in our old age.
Come to think of it.
It is, look, we have to now, you see, we are all growing. But let me tell you, even when you are alone sleeping and there's nobody in the room, you see how you feel? And you are growing, you need somebody to say, oh, yes,
the
sorry.
kids will go, they'll marry and
fantastic. So that aspect will call for you looking for a companion. You need it. Sure. And for the children around, yes, they will be jealous. We used to have daddy, we used to have mommy, we're from this woman, we're from this man. It's normal. But when they're also growing to a point, they will ask you, Mama, what you? Daddy, what about? You see? So you don't push them by way of you saying that this is what I want, so you should listen to me. But let them rather throw in the towel and embrace that option appropriately. But I always say, real marriage is when you are old. Yeah? That is why we are dead. And yet, it's not what we're doing now. So don't tell me when you marry today, you have found a companion. So I don't believe that. Grow me in it, and then let's see.
I think
yes. Yeah. Yes, you need that. And let me tell you, every great man that is old, about to die, needs a woman. So it goes with a woman. Needs a man.
Great. Now, I always wondered, for someone who's lost a partner, maybe you are young, maybe in your mid-40s or 50s, you lost your husband or wife. Now, the issue of sex, no. How are you going to get it? Because, see, sometimes people are young. A woman who loses her husband, she's young and all that. Is that some of the reason why we'll push you to, you know, at least fine? Because some people are Christian, they don't want to use the back door. So they're legally bounded. They say you're allowed to do it. Okay. With that, because maybe I always feel like, hey, so all the while, no, your partner died. Be crying. How are you living? How is life? You are grieving, and that's you.
This is outside thought. This is outside thought.
I'm not married, but I like to speak to people who are much older than me, and so I get a lot of counsel from them. Now, what's my grandmom? No, it wasn't my biological grandmom, but one of my grandmothers, like I said something to my younger brother. My younger brother was misbehaving with a certain lady, and he said, "Sisi ade na uni worry. Now maybe as you married, you were not good to your wife. Now wow kokra brim. Now o you see own fiwa. When I better with him and we laughed about it. But it is really a serious statement because after all, like I don't want to go with the sex thing, but actually how many minutes? Hey Abba. No, I haven't. You don't know how. You see, please. For you to be maybe enjoying. No, wait. No, maybe you are enjoying see, let's not. Some people feel like maybe when you need to baby at the sex they can't find home. But wait, do you know the reason I'm saying that? There are a whole lot of people who have married people and they looked at the physique, and then they get married, get the physique, and they get tired of the physique. Yes. It is really not about the physique. Really, it is not about the physique. It is even not about, you see, at a point in time, there's something called companionship. Like, you need someone to talk to, someone to share ideas with. And sometimes it even goes like a very simple decision. If you have a trusted person, someone you are with who is really trusted, that is when you know the essence of some of these things. Unless you get someone who is really trusted and someone who is really matured in that regard, you think, oh, after all, what is this thing? And I get that you are 40 and you really want to do this thing. Oh, Charlie. It might be somebody's reason. No, listen, it is not bad. It might be somebody's reason.
Because when you lose your husband or wife when you are very young, they're like, see, it'll be too much. Because if you're not, you start living recklessly. You need to have somebody. You need somebody.
Can I say this?
Forgive me. Let's take a breather.
You see, sex is a mind. Sex is a decision. Sex is not act. It's not the act. Tell you. It's the act you want. But what is the decision? It must start from somewhere. So if my mind is not there, if I'm not ready, if I'm not in the right frame of mind and the state, it won't happen.
Oh, yeah, come to think of it.
It won't happen. And so I am young and my man is gone, my lady is gone. Mistakes in the same. Emma. All right? So we should always draw a line between the act. The act there, not sound, not fun. But if it's a decision you yearn for.
All right. All right, Counselor. But show the moment you play mystery boss, a banner, you be a better so it's just various questions. We'll pick it back.
Just closer to your face.
Hey, sorry. Okay, so.
What's it?
Okay, so this goes like this. What would you do if your wife or partner cheats? Like finding out that your partner has broken the vow.
I'll be silent.
You'll be silent?
I won't talk.
Hey, silent treatment.
I won't talk. I'll be silent. But if he or she realizes that I have sinned, then let me see how remorseful you are. Come back to me.
Silent treatment.
And then I will ask you 3 questions. Why you weren't doing that? Who did you do it? Comparing that person with me, who is of importance? And why do you want to come back to me?
That's 4. It makes 4.
4. If you can give me this, then I'll see how remorseful you are. I'll take it back. My silence. You don't fight it. And you see, how can you go back for it? You don't need to. Prove to me. If you want me back, let me see. Silent is one of the tools in marriage. You win the day. As if nothing has happened. No, it won't even come. Silent. That's my answer.
I've added that to my list.
And that's a practical thing I'm talking about.
All right.
Yedi.
And then they go, watch your boy. Yedi.
Now, I text message. Now they are watching social media. What? See?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have any reverence.
Oh, great.
You've lost your importance. Your image is gone.
Abba, how dear me? Ubenya. But so dear. Fana yen shedi eko. Honest answers. Thank you very much. About you, how?
What's say?
So when you pick an empty sheet, you get to ask me any question.
You know what? I have been a Jesus girl all my life. Everywhere I go, Jesus keeps helping me.
It has to be just.
So there's nothing there.
Yeah. They say she need Mudia. That's the.
No, she should pick a new.
Oh no, that's the wrong.
Today I'm changing the rule.
See,
pick
all those who come here, Obia and Fawe, let me say,
oh really?
If you got any question, yeah.
Then you are genuine.
Let's hear your question for me.
Oh wow. Okay. I didn't know this was going to be tough as well. Okay. I was about to ask that same question, but the thing is, the answer should be different from Uncle Edumata's one. Yeah. So what would you do if it were to be you?
If my partner cheats on me.
And you saw it.
And you saw it. Hey, that's a different thing.
If it was
different and you seeing it.
Until a few minutes ago, no. Now come in, you're silent. But you're too me funty. Me copy so dear. Hey, me now I'm sir. Oh, sir. I
doubt you even have the gas to talk.
The shock.
I mean, Kasa.
Be a prona. Oh, so sorry.
You just make sure they saw you.
And don't leave the home. Be at the sitting room. Hey, get yourself busy.
But you know, you the guy or you the lady who cheated, you'll be really scared. If this is the person cooking for you daily, and the person is not saying anything, the person has caught you.
Jeez. That is why you have to zero yourself from the hero to zero. Calm down.
Okay.
And let's talk.
Until you know, but maybe I'll tell you that I will not overreact. I'll try my best not to overreact. And then, because I'm very forgiving. That's one thing I've told myself. Going to marriage, anything can happen, but then I have to, learn how to be forgiving. But before we end today's conversation, I just want to pick advice from you. People who sometimes go through relapse, you are healed and all that, but from time to time, even when you've moved on and all that, I don't know how best the new partner will respect that. Fine, that person who was once gone, you love that person dearly, so they will give you that space to mourn and all that. Finally, advice to people who have gone through that and those who have also found love, how best you can handle the new relationship.
Well, what I'll say is that don't overdo to the detriment of the other party. All right, you have lost it. I'm now in your life. Give me the leverage. We all have past. Stop upholding your past. Let's talk about what we hold now and where we are heading towards. That leverage will give us a sense of purpose and we will live well. And if you have found yourself a new one with the passing one, please make sure the ills you did with the passing one, you don't repeat it in the present one. It's a real check. And again, remember, the one who had come now, what is the reason? What is the purpose? If you can't find tomorrow in it, then I'm sorry you've lost it. You should be able to see the tomorrow aspect of it. It's a bit sad though, but yes.
Thank you very much, Uncle Edumata. How about final
words? These are my final words as well. I must say this discussion has been a learning curve for me. I have learnt a lot from everybody, especially Uncle Edumata.
Oh, thank you so much.
I bless the heavens.
It is the Lord. It is the Lord. It is the Lord. You are Jesus' daughter.
So I would say that, like Uncle Edumata said, if you found somebody and probably you didn't try to get healed and then you moved in a rush, that's fine. The fact that you've accepted that one, I didn't heal before going in there, is a beginning of a solution. And so now that you've realized that, work on yourself. And also do not work on yourself alone, because now you're not alone. Sure. You are with the person, so engage the other person. Let the person know that this is where my difficulties are. This and this is the reason why I can't do this. So I need you to do this together with me. And at the end of the day, you guys come to, a beautiful conclusion. But if you do it alone, at the end of the day, it means you are still sidelining the other person. Don't forget, there's another person in the picture. So you'd have to do it with the person so that it will all go smooth sailing. That's it for me. And also engage God. Engage God.
Why worry?
Patriotic.
I feel now be worry.
Patriotic.
Why worry? Then audience, I'm telling you, I've not concluded the show. These two ladies have something you need. Go look for it.
Thank you. Thank you. And coming from you, oh my God, my status. Just look at my status, guys. Like, I'm coming for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. And I want you to put out your social media handles so we can reach you out for someone who's listening to you or anything.
Okay, so on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, I'm Sichua Answer everywhere. Sichua Answer.
Well, Facebook, Uncle Quick matter, just all that. I am not too glued to that, but I'm starting picking small. Yeah.
Thank you very much to Abba Sichua. She's the host of Urban Course on Home-Based TV, and counselor and life coach Uncle Kweku Edumata.
Yes, dear.
Amanda, you've got no idea.
That's
you know, everybody gets stung
coach.
when they meet someone they always look up to. I've seen him on shows and all that, and for me to have him on my show, I made it.
Tell me about
it. God's doing.
It is God's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have sat or moderated this discussion, and I always say that we're always looking for ways to help us, whether in your relationship and when that person is no longer there. But one thing I always say, don't be too hard on yourself. When you are going through the grieving process, see, hope and believe that the time will come when you laugh. Because sorrow may last. It will last. It's a part of us. One day you will all equally die, and your family and your friends will miss you and all that. But don't be too hard on yourself. That's what I say. And just keep up the faith. Be prayerful, do things that make you happy, and find love in the eyes of your children and the family and people who are truly there to help you through that process. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back with the next episode of Moons and Cuddles. Thanks for watching.
In this edition of BizTech, we learn about generational wealth and the need to have multiple streams of income. Managing Director of Ame Finance Academy, Des Ame, and life coach Michael Ejay are our guests.
It's so important that we have money that's working for us rather than we're working for money.
You know, being an entrepreneur is like what we've been speaking about, your ability to be able to leverage, create a business, you know, that will be working for you.
Is to have a good life insurance policy. This is something that's very important.
Be passionate about the field that you're in. Number two, I would say write it down. In that field, there is always something to learn.
Everything starts with knowing exactly what we want.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
There's one statement, it's very unpopular, that people say, that sickle cell is a death sentence. Is this something that you would agree to or disagree to?
Well, it's absolutely not a death sentence, but a lot of these deaths associated with sickle cell are preventable, and so it's conversation and language that we should move away from. The sooner the better.
Do they vary in terms of its severity, or they are all the same?
So hemoglobin SS is the most severe and most common form, and then the others like SC, S-beta thalassemia are milder forms.
Is Ghana a very difficult place to live in as someone living with sickle cell?
For Ghana specifically, it's tropical, so it's very hot, and so that makes people who are living with sickle cell disease in Ghana prone to dehydration.
Would you advise anyone who has been diagnosed with an AS to marry someone who is also AS?
Ours is just to educate people, give them all the information, and then we leave them to make that informed decision.
You know, this word that has been used to describe people with sickle cell, sickler, it's terrible.
And so
it is indeed.
That without the 50.1 billion For the exceptional items of the financial sector, the energy, and COVID, Ghana's debt to GDP would have been about 68% instead of the current 80% that it is. Because of COVID-19, the GDP growth was virtually zero in 2020, and this is bound to increase the debt to GDP ratio, other things equal, with a lower base. Now to the question of what projects and programs government has to show for the higher debt. Some loan agreements underpinning the external debt stock are shown in the table that you are looking at. And we have, and I present in this document that I will make available, all the external debt loans that we have contracted. And you will see that the projects that we have undertaken over these last 5 years, from the loans that we have borrowed, you'll see that we borrowed money to build the University of Environment, Science, and Sustainable Development in Somanya, right? We borrowed the money, contracted the loan. That is part of our debt stock. The Pokwasi interchange is part of our debt stock. The Tema Mpakadan Railway is part of our debt stock. The debt borrowing for Kumasi Airport Phase 2 is part of our debt stock. Tamale Airport is part of our debt stock. Obechibi Lamte Interchange is there. We borrowed money for polytechnics and technical and vocational training centers, construction of bridges, the Secondary Cities Program, the modernization and equipment of Tetekwashi Memorial, Kibi, Aburi, Etibie hospitals, expansion of the University of Ghana Hospital Phase 2, 50 bridges, the portable water system in Yendi. We also have borrowed money for the expansion and rehabilitation, and expansion of the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital, modernization of Komfo-Anoche Teaching Hospital, the construction and commissioning of a portable water infrastructure project in Tamale, Pong generating and retrofit, Eastern Corridor, so many projects that we have, and I'll leave them for everybody to go through. So many projects across. So we can account for our use of the resources that we have borrowed. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think I've not seen any government that is now has presented this data to the public to see where your loans have gone. I don't know any government that has done that.
Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokwote, and I'll be taking you through some business news that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. Many people do not know how to save their monies, and for those who do, they usually leave their monies seated in their accounts without investing to accrue some interest. Now, my colleague Ernestina Sewa Asante sat with two financial experts, Michael J. and Des Emi, who gave us an insight into financial literacy. They would also take us through how to create generational wealth and the need to have multiple streams of income. Stay tuned.
people do not know how to save money, and the few people who do, they just leave their monies to sit in their accounts without investing them. Now the question is, how do we become financial literate? Today on BizTech, we sit with some financial experts as they teach us this topic and how to also start a side hustle as well as create generational wealth. Come with me. Today on BizTech, I have with me two financial experts. I've got Des Ame and Michael Leje. He is a life coach and an entrepreneur, whilst Des is a financial expert. So let us delve straight into the conversation. First off, what is financial literacy?
Financial literacy is being able to have the right mindset for finances, being able to be in control of your finances. So we work on, we work on the financial mindset. We work on debt management. We also work on budgeting, and we look at ways in which we can bring more money into the household as well.
Okay, what's your take?
Yeah, so when it comes to financial literacy, for me it's just simply your ability to be able to create wealth, and manage money, and like what was said, kind of be in control of your finances. That's what financial literacy is.
Okay.
So I'm going to add that most people, they simply spend more than what they're making. So for most of our clients, when we sit down, the very first thing that we do is a budget planner. What's coming in and what's going out? And most people are horrified when they do this. Most people avoid doing this, but when they do it, it's enlightening. So then what we do is we look at two simple things. How can we reduce the outgoings, and how can we bring more income into the household? We very much believe in having multiple sources of passive income.
So the question is, how do we get other streams of income?
It's a very great question. But fortunately, you're sitting with two experts in this field. You see, the problem is the old ways are no longer working, unfortunately. I was given a very simple blueprint for success, and your listeners and your viewers will probably be familiar with this blueprint. It's simply to study hard, get good grades at school, get that good, steady job, work hard, and maybe work your way up the ladder, and you'll have the life of your dreams. And that was probably true about 40, 50 years ago. But unfortunately now, where we're from in the UK, and very much so right here in Ghana, it's difficult for most people who follow that blueprint. For myself, I did that to a T. I worked as a deputy head teacher in London. And that sounds very good on paper. It probably sounds like I should be doing okay financially. But I ended up living paycheck to paycheck. I was broke. When my cousins used to, ask me for gifts, and I used to say that I couldn't afford it, I was broke, they couldn't believe it. So what we do now is we teach people how not to be in that scenario. And to answer your question directly, having passive sources of income has been made easier through two amazing revolutions. The first, the internet, that we all know and love. It's really impacted us in major ways. And the second being the revolution of the blockchain industry. These two things have now provided a plethora of different opportunities that people can take part in. And the best part is that you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to be great. You just need to be, you just need to take action and be in the room when, things are being presented.
Okay. How about gaining money from property? How do we make money from that?
So when it comes to making money from property, we know that history says that real estate. Some people actually say that's actually the real estate when it comes to wealth. Is about how much land and property that you do have. Again, because of the creation of the internet, there's actually so many ways that you can actually make money from the property market. One may simply maybe buy a property, hold on to it and wait for the price to go up and then sell. Some may buy properties. You've got the whole Airbnb market. you know, where you can actually rent them out, you know, during some particular peak seasons. So to be honest, there are several ways you can make money, but what I would say is that the first step that you wanna take is really to have the right education. You know, once you kind of put yourself, you have a particular goal that you want to be able to achieve financially, then you want to put yourself around the right people, around the experts, to be able to gain the education that you need to be able to capitalize on whatever industry that you are in. But property is definitely one, especially here in Ghana. You know, it's really, you know, developing at a very fast rate. You know, we can see, especially because of some of the huge initiatives by the government, you know, the return, you know, back to the motherland. A lot of people are looking at Ghana for great investment opportunities. So people can really capitalize on what is happening, specifically in the real estate market.
Now, people want to start their side hustle, but they don't know the way. Show us the way.
You know, what I say to individuals, you know, especially for me, I always say that you have, you know, what you see in the physical, but there's a step as well that you have to also get right, which is the mindset. Because the reality is that everything in this world is created twice. People say how? First in the mind, and then in reality. You know, so for example, if you look at the iPhone, it was first created in the mind of Steve Jobs. He came up with this concept, and then it came into reality. This table, you know, was first created in the architect's mind, then it came into reality. So when it comes to wealth, the wealth that we're looking for, the success or happiness, must first be created in the mind. What financial blueprint do you have? What is your relationship to money? You know, what was your parents' relationship to money? Because our surroundings kind of shape the way we view money. If we grew up around, you know, parents who were in debt, you know, it's more likely that when we grow up, that's what we're going to be known for, you know. So I would say personally that the first step is to really analyze what are your habits, because your habits actually determine the results that you have. And then once you've really understood that and you start to reprogram your mind, you will know that, you know, anything is possible. You will no longer allow, whether it's lack of education, whether it's the economy, to control your financial freedom, because you know that it first starts here and then you'll see it in reality. So for me, that's kind of the first step into gaining financial freedom.
Okay, so there's some Ghanaians do have ideas, but they don't know how to implement it. Sometimes it's the money they want to start the business. In such a case, do you advise that they look out for these investors to work with, or they still would have to wait and then hustle more to get their own finances before they start a project?
I'll say there's two approaches. Yes, there are people out there that you can partner with. We call it a joint venture partnership. So what you have in many industries are people that have the ideas, but they don't have the capital. And then you have people that have money and they're looking for ways to grow their money. They're looking for ways to, you know, start projects, but they don't have the time and they don't have the ideas. So now you have this perfect match where they complement each other. So venture capitalists, the people that do this, angel investors. So yes, if you have the right idea and you, you know, seek these kind of people, then that could be a perfect match. However, what I'm really an advocate for is building your own wealth. Unfortunately, we live in a time now where there are many different ways in which to create wealth. We're here now as part of an 8-country tour. We started in Kenya, then Tanzania, Zanzibar, Zambia, Nigeria, and now we're here. And what we're finding is that there are people that start with, you know, very humble beginnings, that have been able to find these opportunities, take full advantage of them, and now many of them are 6- and 7-figure income earners in dollars, American dollars. So people with ideas can engage with these types of online opportunities to create the wealth, to then invest in themselves. And the obvious advantage is that now they have full ownership, because if you do a joint venture partnership, you're obviously having to give away some of the ownership. So they're the two options, but I would say to engage, you know, investigate some of these online opportunities build some passive income, invest in your own project, and have full ownership.
Okay, so we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we delve more into the topic. Welcome back from that quick break. Okay, now we are going to talk about how to create generational wealth. So let me start with you, Michael. How do we create generational wealth as youth?
So the way in which you kind of create generational wealth is really to create wealth that, you know, outlasts you. You know, we're living in a generation where, you know, many people are just kind of limited to a job. Now, to have a job is a great thing, you know, to be employed, working hard for your money. But if that's all where your income is coming from, then there's a problem. The limitation is that, you know, you are only exchanging your time and your effort for money. So there's a limit to the amount of money that you can make because there's only 24 hours in a day. The other limitation to just having a job is that if you die, you cannot pass your job on to your children. You know, when you die, your employer will be putting up a post. However sad or hard worker that you are, there'll be a job advert out, you know, straight away. So the way in which you kind of create generational wealth is you want to create an income, you know, where you can actually leverage other people, other systems, and make money while you sleep. Because, you know, Warren Buffett, who's one of the richest, you know, men in the world, said that if you do not make money while you sleep, you'll work until you die. So you want to be able to, you know, have what you call passive income. Now, passive income is where you do something once, but you continually get paid from it. And that's how you can now build generational wealth, because you now have a system in place that will continue to pay you even when you die. So, for example, even having a business, you know, a profitable business, you know, that has a system that works without you. Because many people, they have a business, but if they leave their business will collapse. And that's a problem here, especially here in Ghana, that they are tied to their business. But if you're able to create maybe a system that a business can run without you, even when you die or you leave it, you can pass that on. So I'll say the first way in which you can create generational wealth is to start to explore some of these ideas. You know, a book that I highly recommend is a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. It's an incredible book. It really breaks down the cash flow quadrant, 4 ways in which you can make an income. 2 ways, which is employment and self-employed, is where you exchange your time and effort for money. But the right hand of the quadrant is where you have a business or an investor. An investor is where your money is now working for you. You're no longer working for money. You put your money somewhere and it continues to grow. You know, because as Ghanaians, our parents have instilled in us, work hard, you know, work from morning to night, and you can get money, which is great, but the limitations of what I've explained.
Okay, so aside putting your money in the bank or making investments in government T-bills, stock markets, what other ways can we explore to also make sure our monies work for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a whole plethora of different options. We touched on property earlier. You know, property is a great way to have, you know, generational wealth. It's important when we think about generational wealth that it's not just leaving a lump sum or a property, because the reality is it may only last one generation. It just takes one rogue member to, you know, squander the money. So, I mean, I think of examples like, you know, Michael Jackson. Last year, Michael Jackson made over $150 million for his estate, and the guy has passed away, you know. But that's the power of generational wealth, having something that's consistently paying long after that you've gone. We again touch on the internet, so there are things that you can do online, such as forex trading, for example. That's ways to bring in income, but the profits that's made from forex trading can go into an estate. So when it comes to generational wealth, not to get too technical, but if you have a good estate planner, you can put your assets and you can put your income into a trust. Now, a trust is where now you have a vehicle that is being invested in different places, so that it's consistently generating an income that the executors of the estate can tap into at any given time.
Talking about the forex market, does it mean that if the cedi depreciates, I buy the dollar and then keep it? If it appreciates, then I change, or vice versa? I'm sure people would want to know more about it.
Yeah, so you know, that particular example that you gave is actually physical forex trading. You know, where you buy the physical, you know, cash, and wait for, you know, appreciations before you buy or sell. But there's actually ways in which you can do it actually online. And in fact, that's one of the ways in which the banks multiply our money. You know, because forex trading, foreign exchange, is actually a $6 trillion a day industry. That's how much, you know, goes through the foreign exchange. And you can, it's actually educational platforms that can actually teach you how to analyze the market and teach you when to buy or sell. You know, so that's actually a way in which people can actually, you know, learn a skill that would allow their money to work for them. But what I would say to individuals is you really, is not just jump in today and you make money tomorrow. You know, you really want to, you know, have the right education and the right mentorship around you. You know, because we say that, you know, formal education will make you a living, but it's your self-education that will make you a fortune. And forex trading is one of those.
Okay, so as experts, tell us the basic principles or financial principles in life.
Okay, okay. So first of all, I'll give 4 financial principles, and then I want to give a really good piece of advice as well for building generational wealth. So some of them we've touched on, and the first is to find ways to bring in passive income. You know, just to labor the point that my colleague made, it's so important that we have money that's working for us rather than we're working for money. So passive income, number 1. And number 2 is having multiple sources of income. You see, most people rely on one source of income, and there's so much pressure on that one source. We have multiple bills, but we only have one income. It doesn't make sense. So, you know, this is biblical. In Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 2, it actually states that we should have multiple sources of income, for we do not know what disaster may come upon the land. 3 is to enjoy something called compound interest. Compound interest. You see, most people, they save money and they, you know, hope for the best. They just hope that the interest they get from the bank will be okay. But when you understand the power of compounding, so for example, my colleague touched on, you know, forex trading. Most forex traders, what they will do is they will retain their profits and use that money to trade with, so that they're now compounding and having exponential growth on their account. And you can do this with many income generating sources. You can use the money that's coming in and compound. So compound interest is very powerful. And leverage, the power of leverage, being able to leverage a system or being able to leverage people. J.D. Rockefeller famously said that I would rather make $100 on 100 people's time than making 100%. I'd rather make 1% of 100 people's time than making 100% of my own time. It's being able to leverage. You know, if you've got a team of people working for you, that's leverage. But you can also leverage systems as well. So they're my 4 main keys. But going back to generational wealth, a very important topic, and sometimes often a taboo, is to have a good life insurance policy. This is something that's very important. So as a piece of action, I would want every single listener, even if they're very young, in fact, if you're very young, this is the best time to do it, is to speak to a financial expert about a life insurance policy and to put that policy into a trust. It's very important.
Okay, Michael, for young entrepreneurs who are striving to be seen in the limelight or want to make it in life, what's your advice to them?
You know, so for those young entrepreneurs, you know, first of all, you know, congratulations to them. you know, because you know, being an entrepreneur is like what we've been speaking about, your ability to be able to leverage, create a business, you know, that will be working for you. And, you know, for those who are, you know, they have big goals, I would say for them to be very specific and write them down. You know, yes, they're striving, but when you have a particular goal, no matter how big it is, in fact, make it so big that it scares you, you know, but what that will do will keep you focused, because the road in entrepreneurship is not easy. You know, even if we look at, for example, Jeff Bezos, when he started Amazon, he was really seeking out, you know, investment for this platform to sell books. And many people, you know, said, no, this ain't going to work. But because his goal was very specific and he was so passionate about it, he kept going. And we know where he is today, one of the most richest men in the world. So I would say, you know, be very clear about what you want, especially in the field that you're in. Be passionate about it, because that's what's going to keep you going even when things are not going wrong. Because sometimes we pick areas that we think are huge, but there's no real passion behind it. So when we hit a bumpy road, we'll tend to give up. Always be a student. You know, no matter how good you think you are in that field, there is always something to learn. So always seek to improve yourself. Seek to, you know, sharpen your skills. Because, you know, some people, for example, you know, a lady may think that she's maybe the best nail, you know, technician or hairdresser or car mechanic, so they stop learning. But you can continually improve yourself, you know, because the more you sharpen your skills, maybe one day you'll be doing, you know, someone's car who's very influential. So I'll give those 3 tips. Be passionate, set high goals, and always be a student. So we have an event that is actually happening on Friday at Movenpick Hotel at 4 p.m. It's actually part of an 8-country tour. We're actually traveling 8 countries to really empower individuals, give them a mindset shift, but also a vehicle in which they can create generational wealth. You know, a lot of people are looking for ways in which they can, you know, make passive incomes and incomes outside of what it is that they do, have multiple streams. And this is exactly what this event is going to give you. A very detailed plan of how you can be financially independent and create wealth. So that's going to be happening on Friday at 4 p.m. It's actually going to be a giveaway. We're actually going to be giving away 4,000 Ghana cedis.
Oh, wow.
Giving it away. And that's to the individual that brings the most people. You know, because, you know, when you have such a blessing, it's a blessing to be able to share it with other people and impact other people. So the individual that brings the most people will get that 4,000 Ghana cedis. And it's not just going to be in Accra. We're actually going to be having the event on the 15th, on Friday, Good Friday, at Kwame Nkrumah University. Okay. So for those of you who are in Kumasi, you know, that's going to be at 1 p.m. At Tech University. But those here in Accra, it's going to be at Movenpick on Friday.
Is it free or it comes at a charge?
We're actually doing it for free.
Oh, wow.
We've actually, you know, self-funded the whole tour. And because we're really passionate about what it is that we're going to be teaching.
All right. I know we've been learning a lot, and today on BizTech, you have learned a thing or two from it. If for nothing at all, you've not learned anything, don't just sit down. At least make sure you have multiple sources of income for you to also create generational wealth for yourself and your generation. Ernestina Sawa Asante, reporting for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much, Ernestina Sewa Asante, for that insightful interview. I hope you learned a thing or two. Up next is Biz Headlines. Now to our very first story on the Bank of Ghana. The central bank is cautioning public, especially businesses, companies, and institutions, to desist from pricing, advertising, and receiving payments in foreign currencies. According to the central bank, individuals or entities engaged in the illegal act risk imprisonment of not more than 18 months or fines upon summary conviction. In a statement issued by the bank, it said companies, institutions, and individuals who are prohibited from engaging in foreign exchange business without a license issued by the Bank of Ghana, or pricing, advertising, receiving or making payments for goods and services in foreign currency in Ghana without written authorization from the Bank of Ghana. The bank also said such violations are punishable on summary conviction by a fine of up to 700 penalty units or a term of imprisonment of not more than 18 months or both. The 2020 State Ownership Report shows that government received 275.48 million Ghana cedis as dividends from state-owned enterprises in the same year. These dividends represented an increase of 164.96%, which makes about 171.5 million Ghana cedis over the year of 2019. Compared to 2019, there was a shortfall of 15.46 million Ghana cedis, but far higher than the dividend paid in 2019. The mining sector paid 224.77 million Ghana cedis as dividends to government. This is compared to 38.48 million Ghana cedis in 2019. Now on fraudulent activities, the Economic and Organized Crime Office has arrested 4 persons who have been engaged in SIM swap fraud. The action was undertaken by the YOCO in collaboration with the Ghana Association of Bankers. Ransford Nana Addo Jr., a representative of the Association of Bankers, said the suspects were picked up at various locations in the country for colluding and illegally accessing the accounts of some Ghanaians from which they stole various amounts. It emerged that they managed to withdraw an amount of about 200,000 Ghana cedis in their modus operandi before their cover was blown and subsequently apprehended by the security agencies, which was working closely with the banks. Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has stated that the NPP government has so far reduced or abolished 18 separate taxes. According to him, despite these tax reductions, revenue collection in nominal cedi terms have increased since 2017. Speaking during the State of the Economy lecture, the Vice President indicated it is important to point out that, notwithstanding the revenue challenges that we inherited when we came into office, we took the decision to reduce taxes in the economy.
It is important to point out that, notwithstanding the revenue challenges that we inherited when we came into office, we took the decision to reduce taxes in the economy. In fulfillment of our manifesto promise to move the economy from a focus on taxation to a focus on production, we have so far reduced or abolished 18 separate taxes and levies, and most of them were manifesto promises. No such broad-based reduction in taxes has been implemented by any government since independence. No such since independence. We abolished the 5% VAT on real estate sales, abolished the 17.5% VAT on selected imported medicines, abolished the 17.5% VAT on financial services, abolished the import duty on the importation of spare parts, abolished the 1% special import levy, abolished the 17.5% VAT on domestic airline tickets.
To our final story on debt stock, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has said Ghana's huge debt stock can be blamed on the financial cleanup exercise that resulted in the collapse of some 9 local banks as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. Addressing TESCON at Kaswa in the central region, Dr. Bawumia said the country's debt to GDP ratio had increased by 17.6% between 2019 and 2021.
COVID expenditures alone were not sufficient to explain the increase in our fiscal deficits. The fiscal deficit to GDP in Ghana increased by 3-fold compared to 1.23 for Nigeria, 1.02 for Egypt, and 2.43 for Côte d'Ivoire. In addition to COVID-19, there were 2 major items of expenditure In addition to COVID-19, there were two major items of expenditure that are critical to understanding the evolution of the fiscal deficit and the debt stock: the banking sector cleanup and the energy sector excess capacity payment.
That's it for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. On our social media handles, get interactive with us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We are the Ghana Web. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching. Have a nice weekend. My name is Na Oyo Kwote.